Ajahn Brahm. My name is Jack Cornfield, and if we haven't met, I'm one of the founding teachers of Spirit Rock, and also, I guess in India they would call us Guru Bhai, that is brothers in of the same teacher, uh, Venerable Ajahn Chah, and we both started pretty early. Ajahn Brahm said he ordained in 1975, so he's been a monk for a very long time. And he's still doing it. I, on the other hand, am a fallen monk who ordained before him, but couldn't quite stand the fire or whatever it was, or the ice. I think is more like it. Anyway, and it's a real delight to welcome you all here to Spirit Rock. As you can see, we're in the middle of a little bit of building because this lovely community hall, which has been here for about 25 years, the county has decided that it's also the host for squirrels and many, many other creatures that live in the walls, and it's falling apart that we actually have to build real buildings. So next time Ajahn Brahm comes, we can host him in a new, and no kangaroos either, sorry to say. So to say a few things very briefly about Ajahn Brahm, he's one of the most important Western disciples of Ajahn Chah, and has, as you know, a very large community in Australia, has written a number of books, and has a wonderful sense of humor. And something else that's kind of important and interesting, I think, is that when you engage in Dharma practice, you find that different teachers will emphasize different aspects of the path, the ones that worked for them. Also, very often, those teachers will say, I have really the only best way, and the other ones are, not quite as good as mine. But in fact, they all turn out to be part of a mandala, some who emphasize concentration, and some who emphasize wisdom, and some who emphasize just being mindful as you walk through the day, or noticing the states of mind, like U Tejaniya Sayadaw, who'll be here later this year. And Ajahn Brahm, one of the things that you've done, which is really interesting, is take the wisdom teachings of Ajahn Chah, but also add to them a focus on concentration and jhana, which wasn't his focus, but is a great gift that you brought to the teachings that you offer. And Ajahn Brahm has done something else really interesting, taking a new direction. He was the first major Western abbot, and certainly within this forest monastic community from Thailand, to ordain bhikkhunis, or fully ordained women, as nuns. Yay, yes. For which he took a great deal of flack and was vaguely excommunicated, which seemed to suit him rather well, as a matter of fact. So he's one of the things that becomes important as a teacher is that you really follow your heart, and you follow, once you become a carrier of the lamp of the Dharma, that you follow to the best you can what you know to be liberating and true. And in doing that, I think he's really supported the next generation, the next awakening that Buddhism and Buddha's disciples have needed again in the world, because there was a long, long period of extraordinary nuns and lay women as teachers and masters, and then because of the patriarchy of some of these systems and countries, it got oppressed, let us say. So I really celebrate what you've done in that way, and in all of your teachings, and welcome you very much to Spirit Rock and to the community that's come out to listen to your jokes and practice with you, and be delighted in the Dharma. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jack. Okay. Oops. These are made for jackets. Monks' robes. Got to find a. There you go. How's that? Okay, it won't last. Anicca. So welcome everybody to coming to today's whatever it is. So as everybody would know, because many of you have listened to me on YouTube, you don't plan anything. You just allow the day to unfold. It's supposed to be something to do with Buddhism. Maybe a little bit meditation, but mostly to help people become happier, more peaceful, more understanding about their life and about the Dhamma. So it is true that I was with Ajahn Chah for many years, and people ask me why did I go and stay with a monk like that, and it was because of his name. Because I was born in England and I like tea, and anybody with a name called Tea in Asia, Chah, was my type of monk. And also these monks I got to know and really respect, they also had a sense of humour. Because sometimes I remember being a Buddhist when I was only 16 and going to the talks of these monks and other teachers, and they were so boring. They would never ever tell a joke. And if you did laugh, they would be so serious, you felt so guilty about laughing. And there's something missing there, because in the Dhamma, it's supposed to make you happy, it's supposed to make you light-hearted, and it's supposed to give harmony towards people. And a spiritual path without laughter, I don't think is much of a spiritual path at all. So I know that Jack did one of his books, A Path with a Heart. This is a path with a laugh. And that sort of rhymes. A path with a laugh. And that's really important for people, because life is miserable enough as it is, and you don't want to spend your Sundays getting more miserable. Exactly, yeah. So here we're going to teach the Dhamma in a way which makes people peaceful and happy and light-hearted. The whole idea of being light-hearted means, you don't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. And you can just about learn how to laugh about anything. Okay, first bad joke. Your government. That's not the joke yet, but it's close enough. And sometimes people ask, how come these people get actually elected to your government, to be your representatives? And there's a story I heard a long time ago of the selection panel, selecting people who would stand for Congress in one particular state. And they narrowed down the list of possible candidates to 3. And they gave them the last test, an interview with all of the senior members of their party. And the first potential candidate came in for the last interview and said, we're just going to ask you one simple question. Tell us the answer. What is 2 plus 2? And the candidate got out their smartphone, got their calculator out. 4. Very good. Next candidate. The next candidate came in, the same question to keep things equal. What is 2 plus 2? He was smart. He said straight away, 4. Very good. Send in the next candidate. And they asked the third candidate the same question. What is 2 plus 2? And without any hesitation, the third candidate said, it is whatever you tell me it is, boss. And of course, he's the one who stood for Congress. Which is, why do people have to follow orders and follow what they're told? Because even in Buddhism, can't we actually have integrity and stand up for what we believe is right rather than what we're told? That's one of the reasons why we ordain bhikkhunis. So sometimes part of the spiritual life is being a rebel, seeing things in a different way. Not the way you've been taught, but the way which is true and which makes sense to you. And it's true what Jack said. that, being a rebel and having been excommunicated, it's one of those things I wanted to tick off in my life. Now I've done that. And one thing about being excommunicated, now you're excommunicated, you can do whatever you like, because you can only be excommunicated once. So now I'm free to teach whatever I think is appropriate. And that's the way it should be anyway. Because what hierarchies do and what authority does is tell you what to believe, rather than teaching you how to find out. And that's so important, in the Dhamma, that even the Buddha said, Buddhas only show the way. It's up to each one of you to follow the path as you find it works. So in today's talk, I'm going to be rebellious again, and I'm going to tell you many things which you thought were true, and challenge them. Maybe they're not so true. And the first thing is with meditation. This is an important part of my mission in life, is actually to please never call meditation concentration. That is the wrong word. It's a bad translation from the Pali. The Pali word samadhi never means concentration. It was just because 1,500 years ago a fellow called Professor Rice Davids, the first person to translate these teachings of the Pali into English, he was the one who was a stroke of genius to call sati mindfulness. Very brilliant translation. But when he got to samadhi, he called it concentration, and he's responsible for a lot of people who think they can't meditate, because you can't concentrate. And there's a lot of people who have a lot of stress when they try to meditate, because they're trying to concentrate. Now, if meditation meant concentration, then this Spirit Rock Meditation Center would be a concentration camp. And we all know the connotations of that. It will be California's equivalent to Guantanamo Bay, where volunteers sit for hours in prolonged stress postures.
That's right.
Exactly. That's what you have to do here. Come and sit down in, what's it called? Stress positions, uncomfortable ones. They use that for torture. What are you doing that for? And number two, all of your walking meditation. Have you been on retreats before? And people doing all this very mindful, slow walking? This is true story. We had somebody else teaching a meditation retreat. I've got my own retreat center just opposite our monastery. State-of-the-art retreat center. Everyone with their own rooms, every room with its own ensuite. There we go. Have you got your own en-suites here in Spirit Rock? Now this is really important, because when you go on a meditation retreat, you want to be comfortable. And so having your own sort of little toilet and ensuite gives you that extra little bit of comfort, which makes the meditation so much more successful. So anyway, they were having some other people using our meditation retreat center, and they were doing their walking meditation time. And a kid, the family, they came to our monastery to offer some food. They went over to see the retreat center, and the kid came running towards me afterwards. Ajahn Brahm, in your retreat center, over the road, there's zombies in the retreat center. Because when you do the slow walking meditation, it looks like zombies. And this kid called it, the zombies have invaded your retreat center, because that's what it looks like. So now we call that walking meditation zombie meditation. But anyhow, so let's gonna challenge a few stereotypes, which is part of your job as a religious leader. And concentration. Concentration is not the right word for samadhi. And in fact, I've said this quite a few times already in this trip, and I'll keep on saying this, because it's important for your well-being. We okay, boss?
Just opening some windows, because it feels a little warm in here.
Yes. Let's chill out at Spirit Rock. Keep it cool. Anyway, checked out with some of the people who know Chinese better than I do, because these days we have more information about what the Buddha taught. Not only do we check these Pali sutras and get reasonably good translations, but we can also compare them to how the ancient Chinese pilgrims took those texts 1500 years ago, 1800 years ago from India, and took them over to China and translated them, and it gives us another record of what the Buddha actually taught. And the word samadhi, the word for meditation, over in the Chinese agamas, the Chinese traditions, they're always translated as guanshu, which probably pronounce it totally wrong, but it does mean stillness, not concentration. And that changes one's whole attitude to what one is supposed to be doing when one meditates. It's not concentration, it is stillness. Concentration takes a lot of effort. Stillness takes a lot of letting go. And the right efforts in Buddhism is not to attain something, not to get something, but learning how to let go of things, to create the stillness in the body and in the mind. And in brief, similes, many similes, please excuse me for people who have been following me around. These people I call my stalkers, because they heard this yesterday. The simile, which is a very useful simile, is looking at your mind like a lake or a pond of water. And all of your thoughts, the things which are an obstacle to people's meditation, all of your thoughts are simply waves on the surface of the lake. And when there are waves on the surface of a lake, you can't see a clear reflection of the forest, or if it's at night time, the moon and stars in the heavens above. Even a small ripple will distort any reflection. But the time will always come, sooner or later, when the lake is perfectly calm, when it's still, when there's not even a ripple on the surface of the water. And then it becomes like a mirror. And when it's like a mirror, you see a perfect reflection of the moon and the stars in the heavens above. When the mind is still, then you see things as they truly are, which is translating almost verbatim from what the Buddha said again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Samadhi pachaya yata bhutayana dasana. From stillness you get insight. So the job of meditation is learning how to keep the mind still. And you cannot force the mind to be still. Now here is my usual explanation, which you have seen at least 2 times already, but in Buddhism we always do things 3 times, except for jokes, which I tell many times, same old jokes. But they're like golden oldies. And there's many other golden oldies here. We're golden oldies as well. This is gold, I'm old, so are the nuns over there. So, for those of you who haven't seen this simile before, like, say pictures speak 1,000 words. It's a simile of the glass of water. Now, this water represents my mind, and my task is to keep my mind still, to stop it shaking, because all those irritations or disturbances manifest as thoughts. So I'm now going to hold the glass of water perfectly still. Has it become still yet? No. Because I'm not paying attention. Okay, I'm now going to be mindful. Has it stopped moving yet?
No.
Because I haven't been concentrating. What happens when I concentrate? Exactly. When you concentrate, your mind moves more. Have you ever noticed that? So this is how many people meditate. Concentrating, being mindful, And it's not still yet. When's it going to get still? Please teach me how I can get this still. And it's such a simple solution. If I want this glass of water to be still, you put it down. Let it go, you stupid monk. Now, it's nice actually being self-critical. But, my problem is that when you get self-critical, you get very humble. And sometimes I wonder about humility, because we're supposed to be humble as monks and nuns. But what's the point of being humble if no one knows about it? So if you are humble, flaunt it. So if you want to know what to call me, it should be Ajahn, Venerable. Call me His Humbleness. So anyway, when I've been doing that, when I stop laughing and shaking this thing, now, that glass of water, people at the front, how is it?
Still.
There's no way I could hold it that still, ever, no matter how long I practice. Because any doctors, nurses, biologists say, the nature of the arm, the muscles are always moving. There's no way you can hold it still. It's impossible. When we let things go, they become still all by themselves. It's brilliant. Now, stillness is what we're supposed to be doing. And then we can see beautiful reflections. It's like glass. Now, in order to be still, in order to let things go, we have to learn how just to be aware of our mind and be kind to it in order to relax. So when I teach meditation these days, I should actually go back, because Jack mentioned Ajahn Chah, the teacher. This is how Ajahn Chah taught me, because I remember him saying many times that we meditate not to get something, to gain attainments. We meditate to let go of things, to see how many things we can renounce and let go of. We meditate to lose things, which is why I say meditators, if you're a good meditator, you have to be a loser. So when people come up to me and say, Ajahn Brahm, you're a loser, I say, thank you for your wonderful praise. And when you become a monk or a nun, we are big losers. And the biggest loser was the Buddha. He was the biggest loser. So if you're meditating to be a loser. Losing all your pain and suffering, your attachments, all your stupid thoughts, losing your suffering, losing your guilt and your fear, losing all of your anger and craving. You're losing things. That's what we're meditating for, to be a loser. So in the foreword to one of the books, I ended the foreword by saying, all of you who read this, may you all get lost. May you lose your sense of self, your ego, and everything else. So that's the purpose, okay, to be a loser. And so we're letting go of things. That's what my teacher would say. And also, he would actually give the simile. He wouldn't use the glass of water, that's my simile. He would put his hand up and start waving it around. And this, he said, represents a leaf on a tree. It only moves because of the wind. When the wind stops, the leaf moves less and less, until eventually the leaf comes to perfect stillness all by itself, because that's the natural state of a leaf on a tree. And he said this simile, in the leaf represents the human mind. It only moves because something outside of it is making it move. And that is your desires, your cravings, your wanting. Even wanting something good makes the mind move. So he said the purpose of meditation is to protect the mind, like you protect the leaf from the wind. And if you protect the mind from the winds of wanting, then naturally your mind moves less and less and less until it comes to perfect stillness all by itself. So that becomes your job in meditation, to sit here and do nothing and wait for all that wanting to disappear and your mind to come to its natural state of stillness. So the effort is to protect the mind. Just like the effort to grow a tree in the garden is to protect it and nurture it. The tree grows by itself. Your job is to protect it from harm. And the job of a meditator is to protect the mind from harm, from interference. Let it go, leave it alone, and let it become peaceful and still. Now, of course, the biggest problem when people try to do this is that they try to do it. They try to be still. They try to let go. They say to themselves, come on, let go, let go, let go. How many times I've got to tell you, let go? So in order to teach people what we mean, we start off with our body. Because many of you are much more aware of your body than you are of your mind. So when we start with the body, how do we relax the body and bring it to a state of stillness? And we don't do that through force. We do it through the process of relaxation. So how do you relax the body? Let's have a simile of those of you who have children. And sometimes your children get anxious at night. Sometimes they shout, Mummy, I need a glass of water. They don't need the glass of water, they need the mom. And you tell them, go to sleep, darling. No, I can't go to sleep. So what does mom do next? Does mom grab the kid by the neck and say, go to sleep or else you'll be in big trouble if you're not in sleep in 5 minutes? If you did that to a kid, would the kid go to sleep? Of course they wouldn't. They get more tense. But have you seen people do that when they try to relax? Relax! I'm telling you, relax! That's counterproductive. So how do you get a kid to fall asleep at night? Number one, you make them feel safe. You know, in meditation, the feeling of safety is really important for you to be able to let go. Because one of the reasons people find it hard to let go in meditation, be still, is because of afraid. They're afraid if I let go of all my defenses, especially my thoughts, I might get in harm. But you don't have to worry at all. Because there's all these great stories of people who've got into the deepest of meditations and they have become invulnerable. People love tales of the supernatural. Here's a couple for you. One, everyone likes this stuff. One is actually from the texts. You know, sometimes people think these sutras are really boring. They can be extremely funny. Okay, I'm going to go back to stillness in a moment, but here's the funniest story, which is in, of all places, the monastic Vinaya, the rules for monks and nuns. And I love telling this story because there are bhikkhunis here. It is the story behind the 8th Pajitya for bhikkhunis. Long time ago, in the time of the Buddha, one of the monasteries was on the edge of the city. And in those days, they didn't have proper sewage systems. When people would urinate or defecate, it would go into a bucket. And it was a job of one of the nuns, early in the morning, to empty the toilet bucket and to clean up the toilets for the rest of the day. And there was one nun was on roster to do this. She was obviously a very lazy nun, because instead of throwing the bucket of excrement in the usual spot, it was more convenient for her to throw it over the wall of the monastery. It was early in the morning, but there was some law which is even older than the Dhamma. It should be part of the Dhamma. It's called Murphy's Law. If it can happen, it does happen. There happened to be a gentleman who, yes, who was walking on the other side of the wall, dressed up, going to see the king in the palace. So when you go and see Obama, or when you go and see the Queen of England, you don't just wear the sort of clothes you come to a retreat in. You're really well dressed. And he was walking along the road outside the monastery, thinking about the contract he was trying to get from the king, when suddenly, over the wall, came a bucket of shit. All over his head. Immediately, he stopped thinking about his business, because he knew where that bucket of filth had come from, and he was quite upset. In fact, he was extremely angry. In fact, he was cursing those bhikkhunis. They're not real nice. Look what they've done to me. I've got a bucket of shit on my head because of them. And they didn't have electric street lights. They had these little torches which they had on poles to light the way in the early morning. So he grabbed one of those flaming torches and he ran into the Bhikkhunis monastery. I'm going to burn the whole place down. I'm going to burn it down. Fortunately, there was another man who was a gatekeeper. And he said, where are you going? Look what's happened to me, with all this stuff dripping down his head. Those nuns did this to me. I'm not going to stand for this. And this man, he really should have been a senator, this gatekeeper. Because he looked at this guy and said, what? You've been blessed? This stuff comes from holy nuns. Which is where we get the word in English. Holy shit, yeah. You've been blessed. Now, have you been to the temples where people give you holy water? This is even stronger, more powerful. This gatekeeper said, something amazing is going to happen to you today. Something wonderful is going to happen to you today. You're so lucky to be blessed like this. And I say this gatekeeper should have been a senator, because this guy brought it. He believed him. And the gatekeeper said, look, go back home, get washed, get showered, get dressed again, go to the palace. I'm sure something good's going to happen to you. And so this man did that. He went to the palace, arrived late, but he got given this really lucrative contract from the king. And he went around afterwards telling all of his business colleagues, look, in business, if you want good luck, go to the nuns and ask for the real blessing. Any business people here? If you're starting a business, you want some good luck, now you know where to go and what to ask for. But of course, the Buddha heard that. Nuns, come over here. And he said, you're really lucky that you had a gatekeeper who could, talk a person into thinking this is lucky. You're really lucky. And so he said, but in future, you must not do that. And so the 8th Pajita, you can read it for yourself, in the nuns' Patimokkha rules, is a nun should not throw a bucket of shit over the monastery wall. It's actually there. Check it out. So don't tell me Buddhism didn't have a sense of humour from the beginning. I hope you're keeping that rule.
to be able to keep it.
You need a monastery to be able to keep it. Very good. Very. Do you have any buckets? Anyway, so back to the story of a bit of supernatural stuff. There was a monk in the time of the Buddha, many monks. He was meditating, in the forest, and he was getting so still, so peaceful, in one of these deep jhanas, and two villagers came by. And as they came by, they saw this monk sitting there quietly, peacefully, and they couldn't see him breathing, because that's what happens in deep meditation. You don't need to metabolize because you're so perfectly still. So sitting in deep meditation, and they thought, oh my goodness, the monk is dead. And they thought, what should we do? It was too far to take him back to the monastery, and they were busy anyway, and they were in the forest. There was lots of wood around. Yes, they made a funeral pyre, only took them half an hour, put the monk on top. They did whatever chanting they knew, lit the fire, and once the fire was going strongly, they knew the fire would do the rest of the work. They were not really needed anymore, so they went to collect their mushrooms and herbs, whatever else they were collecting in the forest, having cremated the monk. But the monk wasn't dead, he was just meditating. And this is in the Samyutta Nikaya. And the next morning, they were really impressed when the monk came into their village on alms round. Not even his robes were burnt. So you don't have to worry about anything. You can keep it perfectly safe. If you get into a deep meditation and we think you're dead and we go and cremate you, when the guy opens the oven, you say, hi, still here. You become invulnerable. Now, the modern story, because as monks we can't really tell all these tales of the supernatural, which you've seen. There's some weird things happens, and I can tell about this monk now because he died a few years ago, so he can't be famous anymore because he's dead. But this was an Indonesian monk who I met many years ago, and he was a powerful monk. He was a monk, I never saw this myself, but one of my friends, who was a princess in Thailand, and she said that she was on a meditation day with him, and everyone had their eyes closed, and she felt something weird was happening, so she took a peek. And she said, and absolutely honestly, rays of light were coming out from the monk into one of the other meditators, like in the movies. But this was real, she actually saw it, freaked her out. Not imagining it, but seeing it. So this was that monk, and I know that monk, and that's quite possible. Because what he did, he was a young man in Indonesia, in Java, and he wanted to be like a rishi, like a hermit who goes into the jungles, lives very simply, and just does his stuff there. So he went into a part of Java which was then, forested. And please don't turn off your mobile phones, because if your mobile phone goes off during a talk, especially during a meditation, your mobile phone, your smartphone makes bad karma. And in its next life, it'll be reincarnated as a parking meter, which is the lowest form of life for technology. Either that or a police speed camera, one of the two. So anyway, this monk, he went into the jungle, sat down, and it's interesting how he described his experience. He said he was getting very peaceful, and he said a big star came to him, huge star. And in the only way he could say English, he said he married that star. In other words, united with it, was right inside of it. When he came out of his meditation, it was actually many days later. And he noticed the jungle around him had changed. Something had happened. And he checked with the villagers, and there had been a big storm and a flood, and he'd been under a couple of meters of water for several days. Perfectly okay. No problem at all. Because in these deep meditations, you become invulnerable. So, if a major earthquake has come to San Francisco and you can't get out in time, if a big meteor from the earth is heading towards us and you can't escape, meditate. And you will survive. So I know that I've seen, same as in Western Australia where I live, in California there's very dangerous forest fires. And I was going over to Placerville the other day and seeing all the signs. Get your plan ready, get 2 ways out. So one way is a normal way, the other way is a forest fire. Meditate. And that's way number 2. So becoming vulnerable. Now, I'm saying that not just to entertain you, but to say that the deeper you go in meditation, the safer you are. And because, you are. I'm not sure why this works, but you are really protected. And sometimes even like aches and pains in the body. It's a strange phenomenon. Again, I don't know why this happens. I've got my theories. But if you meditate for half an hour, you may be a bit stiff. But if you meditate for 3 or 4 hours and get into deep meditation, you've got no aches and pains in the body at all. You're just totally free. And many sicknesses which people have, if you get into the deep meditations, many of those sicknesses just vanish as well. The power of samadhi, of stillness, is profound. And this is actually why it works, how it works. So I'm saying that to give you that sense of safety. Because if we don't have that feeling of safety, we'll never truly be able to let go and be peaceful enough for samadhi, stillness to happen. So you feel safe. And also, we're kind. Because if you are going to have a child, can't go to sleep at night, make it feel safe. Maybe a night light. Check under the bed. There are no monsters under the bed. Or even better, have a bed which hasn't got a place underneath. Go straight on the floor so there's no places for monsters to hide. Whatever it is, make it safe. And then be kind to the kid. You take your hand, just stroke the kid. It's all right, mummy's here. Okay, mum's here. And then when the kid feels cared for and safe, then the kid will be able to let go and fall asleep. Now that's precisely what we have to do when we meditate. Number 1, feel safe. So on today you are safe. No fear, Ajahn Brahm is here. And number 2, have this wonderful kindness. Because it's kindness which relaxes you. And fear and aggression, that doesn't make you relax at all. One of the nice things about some of the monks I lived with, they were really so kind. They would not criticize you, even though you deserve to be criticized. Whenever I made a mistake, all the monks I knew, all the teachers, they would never criticize you. They would just laugh. And I made so many mistakes. I gave so much happiness to my teachers. For example, my teacher Ajahn Chah. When I first went to Thailand, I couldn't speak any Thai. And so you just learnt on the job, and you made many mistakes. So his monastery was very poor in the early days, and so if you needed anything, you just had this big water jar. Anyone gave him anything, go in the jar. You needed anything, he'd look to see if it was there. So one day I needed some soap, just some soap to wash. I ran out. And so I asked for some soap, but I never said the proper Thai word for soap, which is sabu. I said sapo, which is very close, but sapo meant pineapple. So I thought I was asking for soap, but what Ajahn Chah and all the other Thai monks heard was pineapple. And so he looked at me and asked, "What do you want a pineapple for?" And I said, "To wash." And he never let me forget that. He said, "Ajahn Brahm, he's the monk who washes with pineapples." He laughed so much. And I was so happy I could give my teacher so much joy. So when you have kindness instead of always being criticized and put down, then you can relax. And I notice that's how we relax our bodies, with kindness and mindfulness. I made such a big thing about that, teaching in universities about kindfulness. You've all heard mindfulness. That is so 10 years ago. If you want to be ahead of the curve, kindfulness. It's just adding kindness to mindfulness and you get this really potent mix which really, really works. And the kindfulness means you look at your body and you need to cough during meditation. Please cough. Have you been on meditation retreats where you're not allowed to cough? And if you do, we have in meditation what we call the volcano effect. A volcano is when the top gets all plugged up until eventually it explodes. And that's what happens in meditation retreats. People are sitting down there, I want to cough, I can't cough, I mustn't cough, I mustn't. You're plugging it up. It's going to blow. And when it does blow, they can hear it all over the Bay Area. It's really loud. And also what happens, just like a real volcano, you spray all this unhealthy stuff over everyone behind you and in front of you and to the side. So the volcano effect, please, if you want to cough, cough. Do it now, quickly, before it builds up power. So why is that? People are control freaks. Instead of just coughing and getting it done with, they want to control. Thank you. Please more, come on. Communal coughing, thank you. Enough, stop it. That's enough. So instead of just coughing and getting it done with, we tend to control. Kindness and awareness, kindfulness means, yeah, I need to cough, I'm going to cough. Or even during meditation, your legs hurt. Move them. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds to mindfully, kindfully move your legs, and afterwards there's no more aches and pains. And then you lose a little bit of momentum in your meditation, but you soon make it up in the next minute, and you're back where you were just before you moved your legs, but now without any pain. It's such common sense to do that. And so I was a rebel when people said don't move. I tried that, it didn't work, so I tried moving. This a little saying for you: never allow all of your learning to stand in the way of truth. Everything you've been taught by monks like me, everything you've read, everything you've learned about meditation, sometimes the truth is different. And often people say, no, it can't be right. I was told I've got to do this, I've got to do that. And you always allow your learning to stop you experiencing the truth. Don't do that. Follow that wonderful inner truth, intuition, wisdom, whatever you call it. You know this is right. And afterwards, you look back at the teacher and say, yeah, that's what I told you, but you didn't understand it at the time. So always the truth is more important than your learning. So you feel the body. How are you going to relax the body and bring it to a state of peacefulness? You move it, adjust it, make sure you're really comfortable. Postures. What sort of posture should you sit in when you're meditating? Whatever posture is comfortable for you. So you don't have to sit on the floor. Chairs are fine. I don't know where you got these chairs from, but in my retreat center, we did research and we found a chair which was the most comfortable for meditators. And we bought a whole heap of them. Not too high, not too low. Because sometimes people, this is California, US, can't we get some really high-tech meditation chairs? One thing you can do. When people get sleepy during meditation, they start to nod, seat belts. So people aren't afraid of falling off when they get sleepy. Just write a little coffee maker by the side if you get some Stott and Torpor. Press the button and you get a cup of coffee without having to leave your chair. like in the hotel, in like the hospitals, little urinals, so you don't have to get up to go to the toilet. Do it right there. That way you can sit for hours without having to worry about anything. What else can you have? Like, you press another little button. Have you ever been to Japan or Korea and seen these great toilets they have? And they're amazing. I don't know why people don't have these in the US. You don't ever wipe your bum. You press a little button and a little nozzle comes out and it shoots water exactly in the right place. I don't know how they managed to do that. And another little nozzle to alter the pressure, the warm or cold, whatever you want. And the first time you go to places like that, I'm sure you do that, I do that, you play with all the buttons.
Imagine they have it on Google.
They have it on Google, in Google Campus.
Yeah, so you're going.
I'm going to Google, I'm going to be playing with the buttons. And lastly, another button, and they do was dry air. It dries you everything. So can't we use that sort of technology on meditation chairs? Sometimes you need to fall back. Just like in the aircraft, you can get these little chairs, you can push a button and they go back or forward to the side. Maybe you can have another little button, you can have some headphones, you can get sort of advice. Any problem at all, you can press in, I'm feeling slot and torpor, and on the headphones you get the solution straight away. It's not called in-flight entertainment, it's called insight entertainment. But anyway, the posture, however you're comfortable. Because all these years of teaching meditation and practicing meditation, the posture is never the same in 2 consecutive meditations. What I do, and I advise others to do, you close your eyes, you adjust your posture to be comfortable, you're aware and kindful enough to see what it needs to be done. And sometimes you need to move to the left, to the right, lean back, lean forward, whatever it is. But you ask the question. You don't follow the books or follow your teachers. How can I be more comfortable? And that's what you do. Now once your body is comfortable from moving, scratching, coughing, the next thing you do is to become so mindful and kind to even inner parts of your body. You learn how to relax them. And this is a fascinating part of meditation. Using kindfulness, you can relax almost anything. You can be aware of, say, if you've got indigestion. You can be aware of your intestines. There's a feeling there, a sensation there. You're aware of it. And then you add kindness. Because the mindfulness gives you the opportunity to get feedback. In other words, you can see how the sensations are changing. They never remain the same. They always get worse or they get better. They change their form, but they're always changing. So you feel those sensations in the body, and because of mindfulness giving you feedback, you soon learn from that trial and error and the feedback mindfulness gives you how to relax inner parts of your body. There's one of my monks, he had a very sore back. He had always pain in his back when he meditated. So he went to the doctor, got to the specialist, they gave him an MRI scan of his back and found he had a congenital deformation of his spine. And the doctor said, look, the worst thing you can possibly do is to meditate. So you have to give up and do something else. He said, look, I'm a monk, that's my life. Can you do something? And he said, doctor said, no operation, no drugs possible. So he was really stuck with having this pain, which was stopping him doing the thing he loved. But he found this wonderful book giving a bit of advice about kindfulness, but in a different form. The person said you have to be aware of some of the muscles on either side of your spine to get mindful of a place in your body which most people just do not know exists. And so this little exercise was getting your hand and rubbing on either side of the spine these muscles, hour after hour after hour, until you got sensitivity to those muscles. until you could feel those muscles without having to touch them. Because neurologically what mindfulness does is it creates those connections in the brain. So you can become aware of something which most people are not aware of, muscles on either side of the brain. Once you have mindfulness of those muscles, you can try trial and error to see if you can move those muscles. And it took him many more weeks, and at will he could move the muscles, stretch them, relax them. And after he had that completed, then they said exercise those muscles. Pull them, push them, pull them, push them, like you'd exercise any other muscles in the body. And he could do that at will, because mindfulness, feedback, trial and error, he had learned how to do that. And so he exercised those muscles until now they are so strong that they compensate for the weakness of his spine, and he can meditate without any problem. Now that's a good example of how mindfulness and some kindness can actually get aware of things in your body which most people are just not aware of. And once you have that awareness, you have some ability to heal, to balance, actually to let go of a lot of problems in life. So with the mindfulness, you can feel the tummy muscles. You learn how to relax them and relax them and relax them. And you can overcome even diseases like, chronic gut pain, what's it called? Irritable bowel syndrome. And so I always tell people, always follow your gut feeling, except if you've got irritable bowel syndrome. Then don't be irritable. But you can actually relax things. And so there's many people with cancers. The cancers in their breasts, in their... Can I tell that joke I said earlier? People who bow too much. Men who bow too much, who prostrate too much, end up getting prostrate cancer. Please don't be offended if you've got that. At least I know I won't be offending the women. But anyway, so it's amazing what you can do with your body with mindfulness and kindness, how it's incredible healing power, simply because it relaxes everything. When it relaxes everything, you can actually feel energies flowing through the body and doing its healing job. The kindness and mindfulness does that. And for ordinary people, not really sick about this, sick about that, when you meditate, you sit down, you feel the body relaxing, 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 taking off all pressure, all tension from your body. And when the body is really relaxed, that is the very best posture, no matter how that is. And you feel it. Everything is at rest, peace, no pressure on you, no tension, no pushing, no pulling, no squashing. The body is at peace. Because when it relaxes, it's at peace. And you know it feels damn good when your body's relaxed. I say many people, they go off to these resorts. They go to Hawaii, sit on a beach. Why do they do that for? To relax. You don't have to spend all that money going to Hawaii to relax. You can do it at home. You know how to relax. Why not? Because all you're really doing is learning how just to get the body, be aware of it, and just allow everything to become loose, healthy and free. And when you actually do that, it feels good. And this is an important part of meditation, is learning to accept, embrace and enjoy the pleasures of meditation. In this case, the pleasure of relaxation. No stress, no pain, no pressure. No one is like in these Zen retreats. Please excuse me when the person goes around the back with a big stick. I have to tell this story. I've told it a couple of times already on this trip. When I was in Hong Kong a couple of years ago, doing some teachings, and in a monastery where monks from all over were visiting, and there I got all the gossip of what's happening in this monastery and that monastery. It's lovely having gossip, so I have to get a few of the gossip from the sisters over there, what's happening in the US, who's doing what. It's not real gossip, it's called research. Gossip by another name. So anyway, this monk from mainland China, he told me this story, that there was a retreat by quite a well-known Chinese monk in mainland China, a Zen retreat. And during the retreat, they had the master walking behind all of the students with a big stick, and one of the women was nodding. So the master hit her on the back with the stick. She immediately got out her cell phone, turned it on, and called the cops. The Chinese police came, she made a complaint, and they arrested the monk and took him off to jail. True story. You can't do that in China, and I don't think you can probably do that in America. If you get hit on the back by a monk, you can charge that guy for assault, and you'd probably go to jail. That monk is in jail now, apparently. But anyway, what are you doing that for anyway, hitting people during a retreat? Ugh. Anyway, when you're kind to yourself, it feels delightful. And I don't know why it is that people think that meditation should be suffering. And no pain, no gain. That is ridiculous. As I say, the Buddha taught anapanasati. Now anapanasati means, ana means along with, pana the breath, mindfulness. Mindfulness along with the breath. He did teach anapanasati, but I've never ever heard him teaching anapanasati. Not mindfulness along with pain. That's ridiculous. So, your body feels really comfortable and relaxed. When that happens, please enjoy the delight of relaxation, because you'll find something happens. When you appreciate the delight of relaxation, you get more relaxed. It takes the ease of the body to a deeper level. You've never been so relaxed as when you appreciate the delight of relaxation. The body just rejoices and goes deeper into relaxation. That's great for your health, but it's also great for being able to let go of your body, and teaches you what letting go really is. You do it on your body first of all. It gets really easy, healthy, happy. That's exactly what you do with your mind. That's why I teach that. People say, how do we let go of thought? How do we let go of all these emotions? How do we let go of all the stuff in the head? Train on your body first of all, so you can really, 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 really relax. When your body's relaxed, great, do the same thing with your mind. What do I mean? All of the stuff in your past, all of the anger, the guilt, the traumas of your past, they're like little tumours in your body. They're like little irritable parent syndrome, whatever it is, instead of irritable gut syndrome, irritable bowel syndrome. Like chronic indigestion is like chronic fear. Whatever it is, it's the same sort of thing. So how do you overcome the aches and pains in the body? Be kind to them. How do you overcome all this pain and trauma of the past, fear of the future, anxiety, all these thoughts about the future of your business or whatever else it is which consume you? How do you relax them? Not by taking hold of them. Get out of here. If you don't sort of stop thinking like this, just like you tell the kid, go to sleep. That does not work. What works is being kind to your past. Being kind to your future. Soften the future. Soften the past. Then it's easy for it to disappear and let go. In the same way, I've got an ache in my knee. If I can't move it, because sometimes you can't get rid of the past or the future, you can't get rid of your in-laws, you're stuck with them. They're part of the package when you married that person. Mother-in-law, have you ever heard the word mother-in-law, if you rearrange the letters, spells Hitler woman? Try and see. Mother-in-law, rearrange the letters, becomes Hitler woman. True. I'm not going to say anymore, I get in more trouble. But You're stuck with these people. So be kind to them. Be mindful, and then they're not a problem anymore. My knee, if I'm kind to it, aware of it, it just relaxes. No problem anymore. My past, my future. When I'm kind to it, when I'm aware and kind, I can relax it all away. You know, what am I going to do this afternoon? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to be able to do tomorrow? You don't. To let go of the future, so you don't worry about it, you have to be kind to it first of all. So I look at the future. If I'm angry, I can think of all the bad things which are going to happen to me tomorrow. When I am kind, I think of all the good things which can happen to me tomorrow. That's a wonderful thing about life. You get so positive. All fear, anxiety, worry is looking at the future with a negative mind. Thinking all the terrible things which might happen to you. Just like me, I go travelling a lot. The last time I had a big trip away from Australia was going to Europe. And it was just after those planes had got shot down by the Russians over Ukraine. And my disciples would say, this is not a good time to fly. Because from Australia to England, you fly over that area. Not only that, you have to fly over Syria as well. Yeah. And they say, what happens if you're forced to land in Syria? They take one look at you, infidel, white. You know, you're the first one for the chopper. So, I had a plan. If I had to do a forced landing in Syria, my plan was this. My robe, I'd put a little slit in the bottom, put it over my head, and it'd be my burqa. It's gone, never mind. That'd be my burqa. And if I got shot down over Ukraine, I'd take off my robe, hold the four corners, a parachute. It's a really big robe, this, 3 meters by 2 meters. So those were my plans. So I don't get worried. You soften the future with a positive mind. And as for the past, all these things which people did to you in the past, you really want revenge. You want to get back at them for what they did. If you're a Buddhist, you don't have to worry about that. Karma will get the bastards anyway. So it's wonderful believing in karma, so you don't have to do anything. Karma's going to get them, okay? So let it go, you can just be free. So, when you soften the past with a bit of fun and humour, with kindness, you find that the past is not such an obstacle to you anymore. It's not just this hard lump in your mental body, which is so difficult to understand. I know many people tell you to let go of the past and future, to forgive the past, not worry about the future. It's impossible to do for many of you, because you don't know how to do it. You can't just say let go. You have to be kind, first of all. Be kind to the past, be kind to the future, until it gets so soft, like any ache and pain in the body, it vanishes by itself. You relax. You relax the mental world. You don't try and control the mental world and fix it. You relax it. Once you relax the mental world with mindfulness and kindness, your mental world gets very peaceful. What you're really doing is you're taking away the winds of wanting or trying to get rid of things from your mind. So the waves get less and less and less. That's a way to be still. Not by making more waves, by controlling and fixing up things, but by being kind, letting things be, being aware. And then the whole mind gets so calm and peaceful. Past and future vanish. Present moment is just here. And you're kind to this moment. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It just is. And then, because you're not trying to fix anything, As I keep telling people, you now become a human being. There's very few human beings in this world. Many human goings, many human doings, but very few human beings. Even on a retreat, there's very few human beings. They're always doing meditation. They're going to enlightenment. They're never actually being here, which is why enlightenment doesn't happen. When the mailman calls with enlightenment, you're not here. You're busy somewhere else. That's why people don't get enlightened. We're knocking on your door, hey, enlightenment, and you're somewhere else. There's an old Zen saying, the hungry man was looking for a flame to light the fire to cook his rice. He was looking with a candle. If he only knew what fire was, he would have cooked his rice much earlier. That's a good little saying there, because we're always looking somewhere else for enlightenment, and we never find it, because it's right here. I've been talking a lot. One little story, and then we can have a break, and then we can do some meditation. Is that a good... What was my schedule anyway? Who cares anyway? Everyone. This is one of my nice stories. It's in the new book. The title is Old Monks Don't Lie. It's a great meditation story. So if you're sitting comfortably, here we go. There was, in our monastic tradition, many monks and nuns go wandering from place to place. Now, in the Thai tradition, it's called Tudong. In the Pali tradition, it's called Charika. You know, the wandering monks and nuns. So this monk was wandering from place to place, and he came to the house of a poor farmer for his alms food. And the poor farmer offered food for this monk, an old monk. But it was close to the time when the monks and the nuns go on retreat during the rainy season, the was season. And the farmer said, Venerable Sir, have you got a place to stay for the retreat yet? And the old monk said, actually, no, even though it's only a couple of days away. Please, said the farmer, come and stay with me. I have a field next to the river. It's very tranquil there. I can build you a very simple hut, because it doesn't take much to build a small hut for a monk or for a nun. Go and see the huts where these nuns stay in. Now, in one of the forest monasteries, they're really simple. I was staying in one of them. In fact, when the first of our monks went to England, that one of the board members of the people looking after them happened to be an economist, as Colin Ash. And he also was an advisor for the Bank of England. And so people were asking him, can we afford to look after monks? And so he did some research and did a calculation. And what he found was that it cost less to look after a monk or a nun than it does to look after a dog. Your pets cost a lot of money, and there's many similarities. Your dog lives in a little hut in the back, eats out of a bowl, and you can take them for walks, and they're always really kind, and if they could, they'd lick you. If they had tails, they'd always be wagging when you came. So once we have enough nuns, we can have like a pet shop. Every home can have one. A nice little hut in the back. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have your own monk or nun in the back? Just feed them once a day, and just when you need them, they're there for you. Sorry?
Don't give them ideas.
Don't give them ideas. Anyway, so it's very, very cheap, actually, to have these monks and nuns. So, even a poor farmer, it wouldn't cost that much. And the poor farmer said, but Venerable Sir, can you please come once a week to teach us some Dhamma, maybe help us with our meditation, and also teach our kids? And the monk said, yeah, sure. So he was built a very nice little hut, and every week he would, he'd every day come for food, and every week, he'd teach this little family some Dhamma and meditation, and the kids got to love this old monk. Even the dog in the house used to love the old monk. So 3 months later, at the end of the retreat, when the old monk came and said, it's time I was leaving, the man and his wife just got down on the ground and begged the old monk not to go. And the children started crying because this monk they got to love was leaving. And even the dog put his tail between his legs and whined. He didn't want the old monk to go either. And the old monk said, I have to go. But, he said, because you've been so kind to me, and because my meditation has been really, really deep during this retreat, I have discovered there's a treasure buried closer than you think, and I want you to have that treasure so you don't have to be so poor anymore. But, said the monk, you have to follow my instructions to the letter. Here are the instructions. Tomorrow morning, he said, I want you to stand at the doorway to your little hut and wait for the sun to rise. As the sun is rising, pick up your bow and arrow. And when the sun comes above the horizon, point the bow in the direction of the rising sun and let the arrow fly. Where the arrow falls, there you will find the treasure. And I guarantee that because I'm an old monk and old monks don't lie. And even though they were sad that the monk was leaving, they knew the next day they'd be rich. So the following morning, the husband, the farmer, was out there really early, waiting for the sun to rise. As the sun began to rise, he picked up his bow and arrow, stood at the doorway of the house. As the sun rose above the horizon, he pointed the bow in the direction of the rising sun. He shot the arrow, went a long way, and they all ran after it, including the kids and the dog. Remember, this was Asia. So guess who had to dig the hole? The wife. Isn't that terrible? Be warned, guys. There's going to be some karmic result of this. So the wife had to dig the hole. She dug and she dug and she dug, and what did she find? Nothing, only trouble. Because that arrow had landed in a field belonging to a lawyer. And the lawyer came and said, it's illegal to destroy someone else's property. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to take everything you own. And the wife said, it's not my fault. My husband told me to do this. And the husband said, it's not my fault. This old monk said we'll find a treasure here. And at that the lawyer said, did you say old monk? Yes. Because I'm a Buddhist too, said the lawyer. And old monks don't lie. What did he say to you? And when they told the instructions, the lawyer thought, I know where you made a mistake. Look at you. You're poor. You're malnourished. You've got no strength to shoot an arrow. I'll do a deal with you. I will shoot the arrow tomorrow morning, and we will split the treasure 51%, 49%. In my favour, because I'm a lawyer. So he wrote out the contract. They had to sign it the following morning. They were at the threshold of the house, and this time the lawyer stood at the threshold, waiting for the sun to rise. And as the sun rose, he picked up the bow and arrow, pointed it in the direction of the rising sun, and shot the arrow. And they all ran after it, the lawyer, the farmer, his wife, the two kids, and the dog. And when they got to where the arrow fell, this time the husband's job to dig the hole. Whatever you ask someone to do today, you're going to have to do tomorrow. That's karma. Be careful. So, the husband dug the hole. He dug deeper and deeper. And what did he find? Nothing, only more trouble. Because this time the arrow landed in a field belonging to a general in the army. And the general came with his soldiers. He didn't matter about the law. Cut off their heads, each one of them. They're destroying my property. And the husband with the spade said, not my fault. The lawyer ordered me to do this. And the lawyer said, it's not my fault either. This old monk said there'd be a treasure here. And at that the general said, put away your swords, because I'm a Buddhist too. And old monks don't lie. What did he tell you? And when they told him the instructions, the general said, look, it's obvious your mistake. You're lay people. You need to be in the military to know how to shoot an arrow. Tomorrow I will shoot that arrow. And we split it just 3 ways evenly. No contract required, because I'm not a lawyer. So the following morning, it was a general standing at the threshold of the house. And how much time have we got till dinner? It's coming close. The general's turn. And the general stood at the threshold of the house, waiting for the sun to rise. And as the sun rose, he pointed the bow and arrow in the direction of the rising sun. And as the sun just came across above the horizon, he shot the arrow. That went a huge distance and directly in the direction of the rising sun, because he was an expert archer. He was in the military. And they all ran after that. The lawyer, the farmer, his wife, the 2 children, and the dog. And where it landed this time, of course, it was the lawyer's job to dig the hole. And the lawyer, sweating and panting, never done a hard day's work in his life. Dug and dug and dug and dug. Any lawyers here, please don't sue me. It's okay, I'm leaving in a few days. I'll get out of the country before the affidavit come, whatever it is. So, this time the lawyer was digging. What did he find? Nothing. He had only more trouble, because this time that arrow landed in the garden belonging to the king. Oh, that's big trouble. So the king had them all arrested, including the dog. He was an accomplice. And brought them in front of the king. And the king said to them, "You're all in big trouble, because in this kingdom, that is a capital offense. You've been caught red-handed, I will have to execute you, including the dog." And when they explained they were just following the advice of an old monk, the king paused and said, "Did you say old monk?" Because even the king was a Buddhist. And even the king knows old monks don't lie. So he said, "I'll give you a stay of execution until I find that old monk and get to the bottom of this. This is strange." So they put them all in jail, including the dog, and after a few days they found that old monk, brought him to the palace, and the king interviewed him. He said, "Old monk, you've got all these people, including a dog, into really bad trouble. Why?" And the old monk said, "Because, Your Majesty, they did not follow my instructions." And he said, "What did you mean?" And the old monk said, "Your Majesty, I invite you to that poor man's house tomorrow morning, and I will invite you to follow the instructions, and I guarantee you that you will find the treasure, but I invite you, Your Majesty, to please share it equally 4 ways. Your portion will satisfy even you, a king. How much will it satisfy the poor family?" And the king agreed. And so the following morning it was the king. This is the last time, so don't worry about having to go to the toilet. So this time it was the king's stood at the doorway of the house, and he turned to the monk who was also there, together with the lawyer, the general, the farmer, his wife, the 2 kids and the dog. They were all there. And he stood at the threshold of the house. He turned around to the monk, and the monk said, "Correct, Your Majesty." And as the sun rose, he picked up the bow and arrow. "Correct, Your Majesty." He pointed the bow and arrow in the direction of the rising sun. "Correct, Your Majesty." The king was about to shoot the arrow just as the sun rose, and the monk said, "Wrong, Your Majesty. I never said shoot the arrow. I said let it fly." And the king understood. He was holding the arrow between his thumb and forefinger. He opened up his thumb and forefinger, and the arrow flew straight down between the king's feet, right where he was standing. There they dug a small hole and found an immense treasure, enough that the little dog would eat out of a golden bowl, the best food a dog could ever enjoy for the rest of his life. And the moral of that story is, we always shoot the arrow of craving, of wanting peace, happiness, jhanas, enlightenment. We always shoot it over there, over there, over there. And what do we find? Nothing, only trouble. And instead you should follow the instructions. Let it fly. And it goes right here where you are sitting, right now, in this place. And you don't have to dig very far. There you'll find a treasure which satisfies even a king, let alone a dog. And there you'll find the treasures of peace, happiness, enlightenment. You let go of the arrow of craving. And where it lands is right where you're sitting, right here, right now. And there you find the treasure of the Dhamma. And that is absolutely true, because I am now an old monk, and old monks don't lie. Okay, shall we have a break at 10:30? Let's have a break for half an hour. Is that okay? Oh no, what time do we have lunch? 11:30? Oh no, what time is lunch?
Originally scheduled for 11 per you, but we can do it anytime you want.
11:30. Let's have a break for 15 minutes, and then we can come back and do some meditation. We can have lunch after meditation.
Quick announcement.
Yeah, go on. Please, sure. Yeah, sure. Announcement first.
Hey folks, can you hold on for 1 second? So I just want to take this time so I don't interrupt your meditation or at the end to say how we're going to do lunch. And let me catch my breath. So
Stop me if I'm incorrect here.
we're just going to have, this would be a good time now if you brought food to come and prepare it. There's knives and cutting boards and things back there. Obviously, we were not going to eat any of the food until after the food has been offered and blessed. But if anyone's not familiar with the process, what we're going to do today is one of the monastics will come up to receive the food. If you want, you can stand behind your offering at the table and, just lift your dish up, and the monastic will touch it and receive it. And so one person will go through everything on the table like that. And then once that's done, all the monastics will go through the line and put the food in their bowls and then come back. And then they'll do the blessing chant. And at that time, Ajahn Brahm will let you know that it's okay for you to go and eat. So if you have brought food for the potluck, now would be a great time to bring it out and get it ready. So
Okay, good, yeah.
thank you.
So it's also a 15-minute toilet break. Come back about 10 to 11 if you possibly could. 10:50. Then we do a meditation till about 1:30 or 20 past.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
What's your timing for food today?
As long as we do it before 12:25, you said. Around about 12:15. It's before.
Hello? Anyone there? Okay. This is an announcement from Buddha Air. The flight to enlightenment is leaving in 5 minutes. Please enter, otherwise the gate will be closed. Mr. Chance. We're going to do a meditation for about 20 minutes, half an hour, roughly. Okay. Time to sit down. Okay. Sound on? Okay. I'll do both. Double to make sure. Okay. Recess is over, children. Please come to class. You get it. Very good. Do you have to pay money for this, Dave? Is this for free? Oh, donations. Very good. Very good. So please come in, get your money's worth. They're still trying to go to the bathroom. Women's bathroom. That's discrimination. Isn't there a forest somewhere, a bucket? Use the old Buddhist tradition. Get a bucket and throw it over the wall afterwards. Here we go. So you get those meditation chairs with the hole in the bottom and a little bucket. Yeah. Why not?
Hello? Ah, that's good. Very good. So I'm going to lead you in a little meditation for maybe 25 minutes, 20 minutes. And it's going to be learning how to relax and let go, relaxing first the body and then the mind to get to stillness and all the stuff in meditation you would really like. And after lunch session, whenever that starts, I'm going to invite anyone who has any questions, as I did yesterday at what Buddha saw. You find a piece of paper somewhere and you can write your questions on the back. And one of the most wonderful pieces of paper will be a $100 bill, and afterwards I give that bill to the nuns. No, just any old piece of paper. And then you can leave them down here and I'll answer those questions on meditation or Dhamma or life or whatever afterwards. It's for the afternoon session. Because if you meditate after lunch, everyone falls asleep. So we have some questions and answers after lunch. Very good. So people are coming in. They'll always be coming in and going out. Such is life. So all of you already here, now's the time to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you have more space in your brain to be able to experience the sensations in the body. So only when you've got your eyes closed can you really know whether you need to adjust your legs, your back, your hands, or whatever. So now's the time to make the adjustments to your posture. Now you've made the first adjustments, now adjust again. And also in this type of meditation practice, we ask everyone to have their eyes closed, which will make it easy for you if you need to pick your nose or put your finger in your ear. Out of kindness you can do that because nobody is looking. It's one of the great, great advantages. So no peeking. That's the old joke. Why have gorillas got big fingers? Oh no, why have they got big noses? Answer, look at their fingers. So, keep awareness of the body. The awareness or mindfulness, whichever word you want to call it, allows you to have feedback. You can notice some parts of your body are still tense. If they are tense, irritated, or in pain, let your awareness be with that irritation. Notice how the feeling changes from second to second. And see if you can notice that if you give kindness, letting things be, embracing, opening the door of your heart to that irritation, it gets less. It relaxes. Kindness gives a sense of safety. Only when you feel safe will you be able to relax. And you can imagine parts of your body being held tight, stretched by two invisible monsters. And those two invisible monsters letting go of the rope, allowing your muscle to loosen. There may be a knot of pain somewhere. You can imagine it expanding. Because when it expands, it gets less dense. And the pain gets less. So taking off all the pressure from your body. Loosening, relaxing to the max. And keep on relaxing the body until the body feels so open, with no pressures, no pulls or pushes, until you're letting this body just be. Don't worry about whether your back is straight or your legs are crossed this way or that way, as long as you're comfortable. Just like your whole body sinking into the softest of cotton cushions, like floating, free, no pressure, not tight, relaxing the body, relaxed to the max. When the body is relaxed, it feels delightful. Can you notice the pleasure of a body with minimal tension? When you feel safe enough just to let it be, holding nothing tight, letting the body do what the body needs. With no one judging you, no one criticizing you, you can just be. If you can notice the delight of relaxation, you may discover you get more relaxed. You're being kind to your body. You could even ask your body, is there anything else I can do to make you more comfortable within reason? Whatever the body says, do it out of kindness and respect. So you're giving this beautiful mindfulness which gives you feedback, and kindness which takes the body to deeper and deeper relaxation. When the body is really relaxed and feels peaceful, delightfully peaceful, and that means you've let go, you've let the body be, you've stopped controlling it. Now you can turn to your emotional world, the world of your thoughts, past and future, present. Do the same. Be aware of the tension or peace of your mind. And see what you need to do to relax your mind. Stop telling it what to do. If there's a particular thought of the past or the future comes up, be kind to it. Soften it like you did to your body. Until your mental world gets relaxed. Remember, your mind is like a lake, and all these thoughts, emotions, are just disturbances on the surface of the lake, all created by the wind of wanting something. So try not to want to get any attainment, want to be peaceful, want to be still. Just take away all the wants and just be. And be kind to whatever you're experiencing right now. Not trying to get rid of it, but opening the door of your heart to this moment, no matter how it is. You never find peace by going on a journey. You find peace by respecting where you already are. Remember, the job of mindfulness is to give you feedback. Are you getting more peaceful, more relaxed? And don't be concerned about sloth and torpor, dullness. That is part of the path. Just be with the tiredness. Don't fight it, and it soon vanishes by itself. Like the mist in the morning when the sun comes up. And please don't try and prove yourself. You're fully accepted in this moment. So just be making peace with this moment, not war. Please remember that little story of old monks don't lie. When you shoot the arrow of wanting anywhere, you only find nothing but trouble. Let the arrow of desire, let it fly right here and land where you're sitting in this moment. This is where you find peace. So relax, take away all the controls, all the orders. Not trying to get anywhere, just being. See peace build. With every moment you make peace, you have more peace. How do you feel right now? Unfortunately, it's getting close to the end of the meditation. To spend a few more seconds noticing how you feel and understand why. And then draw in one deep in-breath, and on the out-breath, open your eyes. There we go. We're going to pause for lunch, and then afterwards have more meditation, more discussion, more jokes in the afternoon. So the best is yet to come, as President Reagan used to say. That's a wrong thing to say because you're all Democrats in California. Okay, so we're going to pause for lunch, so have a nice lunch, and we'll see you here. What time do you come back? Probably 12:30 or 1. About 12:30 or 1 or whatever. Okay, yeah. A bell? No. We keep, you haven't heard this already, no bell silence. I just brought up with too many bells and fake bells. I've got post-traumatic bell syndrome. Okay, let's go and have lunch now. Yeah, receive the food. Is that okay? Oh, you got, sorry.
You can say it or I can say it.
You say it, whatever. I don't know what to say.
Okay, folks, if you're participating in the potluck and you'd like to stay for the blessing, please take your seats, unless you're going to the back table to do an offering of your food. For the nuts, we're going to come up and accept that. So if we could just get a little resettled, that would be great.
The clip's gone. Improvise. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Have you enjoyed your lunch? Very good. Now comes the dessert. Me. So we have some questions. And I got this tied around my neck because I can't find the clip. So the first, doesn't matter, we'll find a clip later on. So wait for people to come in. Very good. Another clip, okay. Actually, this feels quite good at the moment, so put this down here just in case. Another question. Here we go. The first question I have is on divorce. Since all things are impermanent and the future is so uncertain, why do we not realize this when it comes to marriage? Endlessly clinging and grasping to keep in a relationship that is not based upon unconditional love seems like a recipe for suffering. If the decision to divorce is not based on delusion, ill will, fear, or only personal desire, can't such a decision be wise, is the question. Over in Australia, we don't call it, in Buddhist circles, we don't call it divorce anymore. We call it recycling. And that makes it much less painful, because divorce has got a bad reputation. But recycling is part of nature. So you recycle your husband, recycle your wife. But, divorce happens. So the thing is, you try your very best to keep it together, to keep a commitment, to make it work, because that's really very helpful practice, to find out how to live together and find out how to to have fun together. And the secret for a happy marriage, any relationship, it's so easy. Lower your expectations. It's really true. It's because we've got unrealistic expectations. That's why we suffer. You know, looking for a guy, you know, you are asking from the manhood what it can never give you. So you change one model and get another model. They're all the same. You should know that by now. And the same with women. They're all the same. They may have a different chassis, but the engine's the same. But, you know, if you have to get divorced, and if that's where it comes to, for goodness sake, don't blame anybody. Divorce happens. And sometimes we end up blaming our ex, or we blame ourselves. And that's the one thing which, as a Buddhist monk, is really awful. Two really good people, but it didn't work out. You gave it everything you got. You tried. Don't blame anybody. It's just part of life. It is anicca, impermanent, uncertain. So don't blame your partner. And also don't feel guilty yourself. You failed. You've learned. So somebody once told me, we call that forward failing. Just saying a bit forward means, yeah, you know, it didn't work out, but you learned so much from this. You've gone forward in life. You've learned, you know, you've understood more, which means that next time you probably make a better job of it. So that's why with divorce, don't call it divorce, call it recycling. No blame. Don't blame yourself, don't blame others, and that way you can have a much more peaceful life. Now, the other question somebody asked me beforehand was on samatha and vipassana, because this is supposed to be a meditation day. And there is so many arguments about that, and it just really drives monks like me crazy. And so, my story first of all, and I'll follow with Ajahn Chah's story. So there was this couple, you know, partners who were great meditators, really into the Dhamma, and the guy was called Sam Atta. And his wife, or his partner, was called Vipassana. So Sam Atta and Vipassana, after lunch one day, decided to go on a walk up Meditation Mountain. And they took their dog with them, you know, for the walk, and the dog was called Metta. So Sam Atta and Vipassana and Metta the dog went up Meditation Mountain. Now Sam, he went up because samatha means calm, peace, relaxing, calming things down. Vipassana or Vipassana means insight, developing wisdom. And metta means just loving kindness. So Sam, he went up there for the peace. Because on Meditation Mountain, it was so calm. It was so still. And he loved that peace and stillness. That's why he went up there. Vipassana, she went up there for the view. So she took her Rolex camera to take insight shots. And Metta the dog, she just went up there for fun. Dogs are so wise. They don't sort of argue or worry about these things. They just know what's fun, and that's what they do. It's the same way I always say in monasteries, whether it's in Australia or whether it's in Aranya Bodhi, you always know where the warmest place is on a cold day. That's where the cat sleeps. The coolest place, it's a hot day where the cat sleeps, so the warmest place on a cold day, the cats always know. They're very wise. So anyway, Metta the dog just went up there for fun. And so as they got up, halfway up Meditation Mountain, it was so peaceful that Sam was enjoying himself immensely. But even Sam had a pair of eyes and could appreciate the view. Vipassana, She saw the view. She already started taking shots because you could see a long way, even halfway up the mountain. But she also enjoyed the peace. And little Meta the dog, you know, the higher they got, the dog could see the view and could enjoy the peace. And she started wagging her tail. And when they got to the top of Meditation Mountain, it was so perfectly still. Sam was so contented. But again, he could see so far because he had eyes too. And he could enjoy everything on top of Meditation Mountain. Vi, she went up there for the view, for the insight, but she could also feel the incredibly deep peace and stillness on top of Meditation Mountain. And as for the little dog Meta, she could feel the peace. She could see the view, but she was wagging her tail so much and running round in circles like dogs do when they're very happy. Because on top of Meditation Mountain, the peace, the stillness, the insight, and more importantly, the joy of loving kindness all coexist. And you can't have one without the other two. So samatha vipassana, let's be real and put metta in there as well. They all go together. Now, Ajahn Chah's simile, he put a hand up. See, now you can see the front of my hand. Now you can see the back of my hand. But look, now you can see the back of my hand. My front of my hand is still there. It's only just behind. Now you can see the front and the back is still here. This is samatha vipassana, he used to say. You can't split them up. You think you're doing samatha, but right behind is vipassana. You think you're doing vipassana, but right behind is samatha. You cannot split them up. And the reason obviously is, if you get insight, if it's real insight, it removes problems. And you instantly get really peaceful. The sign of insight happening is the calm which follows afterwards. I know that some people have these great insights, and they come and tell you their insights. And it's not insights, it's just more intellectual bullshit. You know that. You've been around long enough. But because I'll probably use that word again this afternoon, and I get into trouble for using the word bullshit, I usually these days use a Pali word. Now the Pali word for bull is go, and for shit is maya. So when I say go mayang, now you know what it means. So when I say a bunch of go mayang, and I don't get into so much trouble that way. It's great using Pali. So my students, when I say that's a bunch of go mayang, know exactly what I mean. So that whenever there's insight, it should lead to calm and also kindness. Metta, they have to go together. So when some people go on retreats and they say they develop insight and they get worse to live with than before they left, you know, that is not insight. It's the fake stuff. And also when you get calm, when you get really peaceful, you know, you get these great insights, like I was talking about when the lake is very still. You see great reflections of the truth around you. Now, not only does that make you see things as they truly are, it gives you this great happiness and kindness to others. The more still you are, the more kind you are. And you know that one of the reasons why there's so much depression, anger in our world today, it's a very simple reason. It's because people in the US and the rest of the world are so damn tired. You're exhausted, just surviving in our modern world. And you know that a year or two ago, I gave a youth retreat over in Malaysia. Somebody else was organising it, but I was participating really full on. And this very wise person asked all the people, maybe 500, 600, 15 to 25-year-olds, what is your most difficult emotion to deal with in your life? And I should have really known what would be the most difficult emotion. I didn't at the time. I was stupid, but now I recognize this. 15 to 25-year-olds in Malaysia, the most difficult emotion they had to deal with was tiredness. As a kid, even in the United States, having to do all of the work to get on in school, get their SAT scores, go to college, at the same time having to have all the peer pressure, the guys to be cool and get a girl, the girls to look smart or beautiful or hot to get the guy. There's so much pressure on people all the time. And kids were saying the most difficult emotion to deal with was tiredness. And not just kids, everyone here. You're so tired. And because of the tiredness, a lack of rest, we have depression. Some of us get so weak with tiredness, we just have got no energy left at all. And we spiral into this hole which is very difficult to get out of. Or we get grumpy and angry, negative, simply because we're exhausted. A lot of health benefits, both mental and physical, will come if we learn how to rest more and overcome our exhaustion. We won't be so angry at the people we love and care for. We'll have more resilience. So this is what happens. Samatha is calming, relaxing. It means you don't get so upset and angry. You got naturally more loving kindness, naturally more happiness. Naturally, when you learn how to rest more. So simple things like that, you're all paying attention because you know this is true. And I said over in what Buddha saw yesterday, if anyone wants a new business opportunity, guaranteed to make you a fortune, get a place like this, but for goodness sake, don't teach meditation. Don't teach yoga. Don't teach anything. Just have your own rooms with a comfortable bed. Have a sleep retreat. Where you can sleep at any time of the day or night. No bells, no alarm clocks. Screen from any messages. You can't get internet, you can't tweet, you can't SMS, nothing can work. You just go there for 3 days just to sleep and rest. You have breakfast, lunch and dinner any old time you want. How many people would like to go to a place like that? There you go. A sleep retreat. No counsellors, no doctors, just a bed and some food. Now you can see why. And this is when you get calm and you rest. You get energy, you get happiness. So these three will always come together. The calm, the insight, and the happiness, the joy, the kindness. Always come together. So that's why when you try and separate one out, it just doesn't work as far as I'm concerned. And then also there's another question. People ask, can you please talk about sloth and torpor in meditation? Just when you meditate you fall asleep. If you fall asleep, sadhu, 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 wonderful, well done. Why is it that people feel guilty of being sleepy? Are you breaking any Buddhist precept by being sleepy? You can't do anything wrong when you've got sloth and torpor. That's really good. But sloth and torpor, there's a cause for it. And the cause for it is because you're tired. You're exhausted. And you know what happens when you meditate, when you let go? Your brain is getting the message, thank God she's out of the way. Now I can catch up. This control freak is always telling me what to do. It's disappeared for a while. That's what it is. And you can just have a rest. And I'd say it's a control freak which fights the sloth and torpor. That's why I say there's nothing wrong with it. That's why I'm encouraging it. Because when I encourage it, you allow nature to do its job. And after a little while, sloth and torpor just vanishes by itself. For years, I was struggling with sloth and torpor in Thailand, really fighting it. Very rarely would I beat the sloth and torpor. Now, then I looked at it. Why have I got such sloth and torpor in Thailand? When I was a layperson, I didn't have such sloth and torpor, such dullness. And then I realized I was told only to sleep 4 hours a night. I managed 4.5. I couldn't get under 4.5 a night. Nothing during the daytime. And you was in a hot climate. There was no air conditioners in Thailand. It was hot, humid in the jungle. And we were eating disgusting food. If you haven't heard there's many disgusting food stories. One of the most disgusting was when, for one meal a day, nothing else, no tea or cheese or anything like that in the evening, bowl of sticky rice, glutinous rice, with a frog on top. That's all. Now, it wouldn't have been bad if there was some sauce with the frog, or some garlic, even some salt. Nothing. A boiled frog. No salt, nothing. Why are you moaning so much? How many of you have ever eaten boiled frog? None of you. And you say you're wise, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know whether it's disgusting or not. Actually, it was disgusting. But I was very lucky. You had to eat it, nothing else. So I was very lucky that I was paid attention during biology class. So, you started off, with the legs. Got meat on the legs. But that's not enough to keep you going for the day. So you start picking at its organs inside. The monk sitting next to me, who Jack Cornfield knows, this guy called Woodacre, who's now over in, I think he comes every now and again. Woodacre is Gordon.
Boston.
He's in Boston, yeah. This is him. He didn't really pay much attention when he was at school. So, he was choosing one of the organs. Absolutely true story. It was the bladder. He didn't know that. He pressed it. There was still urine in it. And the frog peed all over his rice. Now, that was really gross. And after that, he couldn't eat anymore. Now, that's actually true. Yeah, urinated all over his rice. Anyway, so I was malnourished in a climate I wasn't used to, sleep deprived. And of course, you fell asleep in the morning at 3 o'clock when you started to meditate. And I thought there was something wrong with me. I thought I wasn't putting enough effort in. And I would struggle. And I've actually got a very strong will if I want to use it, but I don't use it these days because it actually uses me much more than I use it. So I would struggle, and sometimes you'd break through the sloth and torpor. And afterwards, you were so restless, you couldn't stop thinking. Calm the thoughts down, and fall asleep again. And it was always between the two extremes of sloth and torpor and restlessness. And I had to find out what was going on. And I realized I was obviously tired simply because cause and effect. Not enough rest, too hot, and just not enough energy. It was nature. You can't fight nature. So what I did, after many years of fighting, I gave up. If I'm going to be sleepy, I'm going to be sleepy. And just let my head go down. And because I let go, after a very short while, energy started to come back. The head lifted itself up. I had energy. And when I had energy, the sloth and torpor left very slowly, but it left. And in its place was not restlessness, but was peace. And now I know that this is explained by the two parts of the human mind. This is one way of many to describe the human mind. And this is dividing the mind into the active part, which is I call the doer, thinking, planning, reacting, initiating movements. It's a doing mind. And the other part of the mind is just the knowing mind, which receives information, can know you're tired, can know you're restless, can know the words which I'm saying without giving a counter conversation back. The passive part of mind, the knower. Call it mindfulness if you like. And I realized that most of my mental energy was focused in doing things. Fighting, struggling, making things happen, getting rid of things I didn't like. And because so much of my energy was going into doing things, that is why there was so little left for knowing. Which is why I was dull and sleepy. But once I realized that, I decided to let go of doing anything. If I was sleepy, fine, that's allowable. It didn't break any male or female monastic precepts. So I just let it be. I didn't fight it. And then it meant, because none of my mental energy was going into doing things, fighting things, controlling things, it meant all that mental energy was now free to trickle into knowing. And little by little, my knowing received energy, enough that I woke up. But it went much further than that. I continued just being still, doing nothing, stopping the energy going into doing, reacting, making things happen. And the energy continued going into knowing. Little by little, I woke up. But more than waking up, really waking up, your mindfulness increased in energy. It increased in power. You really, really woke up. And the sign of that waking up was, it was like the lights going up in the room. And I remember once I was walking, this was in Thailand, walking meditation on the concrete floor, and I had to stop because the piece of concrete became so beautiful. You know, the grays and the texture of the concrete was like a mountainscape, and you could see everything. And I just stopped in awe at the beauty of a piece of concrete. Later on in life, I had other experiences, and I told this in Buddhanussana yesterday, and many of you were there, some weren't, and this is for the benefit of those who weren't there. And you all know what's coming. This was when I was teaching a meditation retreat. I was also meditating, and as I finished the meditation, I had to go to the toilet, to the restroom, to do what is called a number 2, which you all know. It's a word we use in Australia, which is also in the United States as well. So you all know what a number 2 is? Yeah, okay, good. So after finishing the number 2, I made a big mistake. I looked in the toilet bowl. Now my meditation was so hot, so incredibly powerful, that when I looked in that bowl, I could not believe what I saw. That piece of shit was beautiful. I mean, really amazing. Have you ever noticed just the way those little balls are stuck together? It wasn't like by chance. This is like it's been sculpted by a Michelangelo or a Rodin. It just, some people have just got this gift of knowing perspective and just the shape and how everything comes together. And then I noticed the colours, the browns. These were really rich, not just one colour brown, there was many different shades of brown. And the way they were all distributed among this one little length of excrement, it was incredible to see. And it just blew my mind. How beautiful. And I'm always sad that there's always a tiny bit of mucus somewhere on that. And that made it like glisten like a jewel. in the bottom of the toilet bowl. And this is not just with a sense of sight, the fragrance. Now, the fragrance, it was not sort of, it was rich, it was deep. It just filled your whole nose with this explosion of scents. And wow, that was incredible to behold and to smell and to look at it, wow. And I was in there about 5 or 10 minutes going, wow, that's incredible. And honestly, I really thought, the thought passed in my mind, to take it out and show it to my friends. But, I've been training for so many years in renouncing and letting go. If I hadn't had that training, I would not have been able to do this very, very difficult act. Pressing the button and watching the most beautiful turd in the world go down the toilet bowl. That was a tough thing to do, but I did it. I'm very proud of myself being able to let go. Growth story. People love hearing it. I love telling it too. But people always tell me, bring the Dharma down to earth. And I can't be further than that. You can't get lower than that. But the interesting thing, well, it's a true story. This is what happens when mindfulness starts to increase because you're letting go and being still. Sloth and torpor just vanish. And whatever you see, it's not normal consciousness anymore. Whatever you see is beautiful, it's incredible. Just simple things like the ceiling panels. Wow. It's incredible what's going on up there. You can see happiness in any place. In places where most people miss it. This is where you get mental energy from. Now straight away you can see where depression comes from. Low mindfulness, lack of energy. You can't be happy. But a little bit of meditation, stillness, not doing things. Energy starts to come back into the knower. And you have a great time, great fun. That's why I'm happy and crack jokes. I'm not on sort of some drug. This is just mindfulness, strengthened by stillness. You get really lots of energy up. And now when you do that to your meditation, whoa, you're just watching your breath. Your breath is incredibly beautiful. It's not just breathing in, breathing out. There's thousands of sensations just in one in-breath. You see them all. The baby breath, the infancy, when it just starts coming into your body. Wow. And it just grows and you can't take your eyes off it, your mental eyes off it. It's beautiful, it's delightful. And notice the delight in meditation just is a sign of how mindful you are. Really strong mindfulness is happiness, joy. When you do samatha, vipassana, metta the dog is always following you. You can fake samatha, you can fake vipassana, but you can't fake that dog. You're happy, you're joyful, and you're kind as well. Natural. So that's what happens. So when you have sloth and torpor, please don't fight it. Just embrace it, let it be. It's part of your life. It means you're tired, you need to sort of relax a bit more. And in my meditation retreat centre, it's far too popular. I shouldn't really say this because you're going to try and book in and you can't get in. 9-day retreats. One of the reasons we have no bell silence, because you can get up whenever you want. No bells. People know when breakfast time is. You don't need an alarm for that. And then they can come and meditate if they want, and then go back to bed again after breakfast. Have lunch. They can relax first of all. So I tell people for the first 3 days, sleep as much as you can, because you need it. And after only about 2 or 3 days, people catch up on their sleep. Then they start meditating, and they have beautiful meditations, really happy, because they're not forcing it. It becomes natural. And if they do have sloth and torpor, and they come and say, I've got sloth and torpor, can you give me a technique to overcome the sloth and torpor? Yeah, I said it's called the bed. Go and have a nap. And I think, what? This is the retreat. I'm not supposed to be sleeping. You're supposed to be mindful and kind to yourself. Your body is telling you, I need a rest. So take it. Have enormous success. Some people, I tell them, go and take us a rest. They say, I can't. I said, go. I said, I won't. You're ordered. Get into your bed. And they have a rest, and they say, after maybe half an hour, don't set your alarm clock, take a shower, have a cup of tea or something, and then meditate. 100% success rate. People come to me after and say, I had a marvellous meditation. Of course, because you're relaxed and energized. Without that relaxation and energy, how can you meditate? So this is important to know just the nature of the mind, the knower and the doer. When you do too much, you get too tired. That's where sloth and torpor come from. So don't be the control freak. Be the wisdom freak who can let things be. That's the first question. I've got quite a few to go through. Here we go. Some people teach that pure awareness or knowing is unconditional, neither arises nor passes away. That objects, sensations, feelings, thoughts, sounds, sights, etc., and arise and pass away. But the knowing is awareness of these thoughts is unchanging, permanent, unborn, unconditioned. What did the Buddha say regarding this? That is, go my young. Pure awareness is unconditioned. Notice mindfulness. You can see it's conditioned. It's conditioned by stillness. The more stillness you have, the more powerful is the mindfulness and awareness. It just arises and passes away. Even the Buddha went to sleep, and mindfulness passes. You're asleep. Imagine giving an arahat an anesthetic. Do they become unconscious? Or do they have to feel the cut of the knife when they have an operation? Actually, this is another bad joke. This is a really bad joke. This might offend any vegetarians here. So if you're a vegetarian, and very sort of strong vegetarian, please leave. Because this is, I figured this out in the United States, because you know you like your beef. How can a vegetarian have a steak? A beef steak. It's very easy. How a strict vegetarian can eat a steak. You take a cow, under anaesthetic, you give it a lobotomy. When the cow comes out of the anaesthetic, it's a vegetable, and then you can eat it. There's already people leaving. Sorry. I think they're leaving to get their steak. I made that joke up. You know, sometimes, you get on the internet, you get all these jokes. Have you ever wondered where they come from? From you? Some of them do. I see them, I go around and I see, I did that one. And also, I think I told you about Saturday Night Live, didn't I? I said put on this on. I got an email from someone in New Mexico. Many of you say, you see me on YouTube. They got onto my YouTube talks because they heard a radio show on National Public Radio in the US, and they were interviewing one of the head writers of Saturday Night Live. And that writer was saying they were going through a depression, a difficult time, and they got through their depression by listening to Ajahn Brahm's talk on YouTube. And because she heard that, she got those talks and solved her problems too. And now I know where Saturday Night Live gets its jokes from. Because at least one of the writers, this is... So if you get the cow joke on Saturday Night Live, you heard it here first, you know where it came from. But they don't give any commission. Anyway, what's this? Oh, the unconditional neither rises nor passes away. That's not what the Buddha meant by unconditioned. Now this is actually where people try and make enlightenment. It's called dumbing down enlightenment. So everyone can actually achieve it. And this is really sort of upsets me because here we go, nice deep stuff. Stillness. You know what this is going to lead to? The more still you are, the more things disappear and vanish. That's why we become still. Because after a while the body is so still, it vanishes. First time I understood this was when I went to a Zen retreat as a young man. And I was told to meditate with my eyes open, looking at a wall. And after 15 minutes, something strange happened. The wall vanished. It just wasn't there anymore. Not blackness, but not there. And that was really weird. But this was late 60s, early 70s, you know, and weird was cool. Especially in a place like California. And so I wasn't scared, but I thought, interesting. And then afterwards, you know, I thought about it and I realized this is obvious. Your brain is only wired to notice things which change. Anything which stays the same after a while, whether it's the sound of the traffic in the background, the air conditioner, the fan or whatever, as long as the ambient noise doesn't change, it disappears. And this was strange doing this with sight, but that's what happened. Eyes open, being very peaceful, paying attention to the white wall instead of thoughts. Then the wall vanished, disappeared. The sense of sight turned off. And that's exactly what we do with meditation. We close our eyes. You may notice when you first close your eyes, you see the inside of your eyelids. But you've done that so many times, that turns off pretty quickly, within seconds. The sense of sight is actually turned off. We try and stay in a room which has ambient noise, which doesn't change, and people don't make too much other noise, and after a while you can't hear anything anymore. Sense of sound turns off. Smell, as long as people haven't eaten too many beans for lunch, the smell doesn't change. In the old days when people used to eat many beans, that's why in meditation centres they used to light lots of incense. Have you ever noticed why people do these things? Have you ever noticed why if you go into a Chinese temple, people take the incense and they shake it before they put it in the bowl? Have you seen that? Yeah. You've seen that. Chinese temples, they get incense, they shake it, and then they put it in the bowl. Why? And I figured out many years ago where that tradition comes from. Because in Asia, you're usually taken to the temple from the very first time by your grandmother. She takes all her grandchildren to the temple. And you follow what your grandmother does. Grandmother's got Parkinson's. So she puts it there, and you think that's what you have to do. And that's where the shaking of the incense came from. That's true. Have you ever noticed? Have you ever noticed why, if you've been to, say, Japan or Thailand, in the old temples, the wooden floors are always highly polished? Have you ever seen the monks polishing those floors? No, they don't do it. You do it. Because every time you meditate on the floor, no safus, no cushions, every time you fidget, you polish the floor with your fat bottoms. And after a couple of 100 years of you fidgeting, those floors are highly polished. That's where the highly polished floors come from. Leaving your shoes outside the temple. Where does that come from? The reason is, if you remember your president, Mr. Bush, when he gave a bad talk, somebody threw a shoe at him. That's why we leave the shoes outside. Otherwise, some of the jokes which I say especially the cow and steak joke, I would have had many shoes thrown at me. That's why we leave them outside. So the traditions, where they actually come from. Anyway, what was I talking about? I was talking about... Sorry? Unconditioned, yes. The unconditioned. Okay, so a lot of times, when we actually... how we actually... Stillness, that's right. Stillness means things disappear and vanish. So that when you actually keep the body still, most of that vanishes until what's left moving? When you're not thinking, when you've not got your eyes closed, it's pretty quiet outside. The last thing which is moving is your breath. Which is why if anybody goes into a sensory deprivation chamber, you don't stop all your senses, you hear your breath, you feel it so strongly because nothing else is moving. So your brain, your senses start to watch the breathing when everything else vanishes. So this breath is a natural phenomena. You don't need to go looking for it. It happens naturally. And this is how I meditate. I don't go looking for the breath. I calm everything down, everything gets nice and peaceful, and then the breath is there, naturally. When it comes naturally, it's always really peaceful and nice. When I go looking for it, it's always unnatural and a little bit difficult to watch. So I just let the breath come to me. Everything else settles down. I just watch the breathing. And because I'm not being nice and calm and peaceful, I don't need so much oxygen. I'm not doing anything. So the breath gets softer and softer and softer and more delightful until the time comes. The breath is so refined. I can't tell the difference between an in-breath and an out-breath. It's just breath happening. That's all. And when that occurs, because nothing is happening there, the breath turns off. The last of my 5 senses, the sense of physical touch, is now turned off. Seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, all finished, gone. That's delightful. And it also means when these things are gone, disappeared, vanished, you understand what they are really like. This is now my simile of the tadpole and the frog. Once there was a little tadpole, and she was born in a lake in a meditation retreat center called Spirit Rock. Have you got any lakes or ponds here? Over there, okay, just over there, born over there. A little tadpole grew up in the lake in Spirit Rock. And when she grew up, she went to school and high school, and she majored in chemistry. And she was taught that water is H2O. And because she was in Spirit Rock, she could overhear the monks, especially the monks who taught Abhidhamma, on the deeper nature of water. And do you think with all of that knowledge and learning, that little tadpole could understand what water was? A tadpole can't understand the nature of water no more than a fish can. A fish born in water, lived all its life in water, water's always there. How can you know what water is? But the difference between a fish and a tadpole is that one day the little tadpole grows arms and legs. She becomes a frog. And one day the frog doesn't really know what it's doing. And it jumps. And it goes to a place it's never been to before. Scary, weird, but interesting. Dry land. And when frog is standing on dry land, there's something which has always been there, now is missing. Water. Now the frog can understand the nature of water. Once it's vanished. Do you understand your body? You may be a professor of medicine. You may be a surgeon who's cut up many bodies. But how can you really understand the nature of this body and its 5 senses when it's been there for all your life, as long as you can remember? But at this stage of meditation, your body has vanished. It's weird. It's scary too. But now you have a chance of understanding what this body is and the 5 senses. And you know what you find out? This body sucks. Even if you're a beautiful person. Now, one of my friends went to a meditation retreat, and somebody said that the British supermodel Kate Moss was on that retreat. She's a supermodel. She's on the front pages of the glossy magazines. And so when he heard Kate Moss was here, what did he do? Go looking for her. Which one is Kate Moss? And he couldn't tell which one was Kate Moss. And the reason was, a supermodel, she's like a blank screen. And people can put the makeup and the clothes and the hairstyle. Kate Moss is what people do to that girl to make her on the front covers of the magazine. It's not real. It's all what you add. And her gift is you can put anything onto that face and hair. It's not real. You don't know who Kate Moss really is. If you really see Kate Moss, she too sucks. She's not beautiful. The idea is beautiful, but not her. So all you girls, stop trying to compare yourself with supermodels. You all look the same. So, because of this, we learn how to just understand this body. It's not beautiful, but it's actually quite painful. Even if you're in good health, you always have to cough, scratch, go to the toilet, put food in the other end. There's no end to the demands of this body. Look, you're moving, you're scratching your lip, you're moving your hands, I'm scratching here, scratching over there. Have a look at how people can't keep the body still. Because it's always demanding your attention. Even IT is scratching my head. Even me too. I'm the same. The only time you can have some peace and happiness is when your body vanishes in meditation. And when you experience the body vanishing, that's such a relief, such a happiness. Now you understand the conditioned nature of this body and how suffering it is. Now you go to the next level. Because after the body disappears, you get these beautiful lights, and then you get into these jhanas. And in these jhanas, one of the amazing things, you can see it in the first jhana, the second jhana, amazingly obvious, something else is missing, which has always been there. And it's weird that it's missing. And that is your will. Your ability to make choices. You don't always exercise your will, but it's always there for you. Whenever you want to, you can choose to get up, go, whatever. Even if you're in some sort of concentration camp, you're supposed to be meditating. Still you can fantasize. The monks don't know what you're up to. If you're having this weird sexual fantasy or dreaming or writing your novel or whatever, you've got your eyes closed. We're not going to sort of get into your head and find out what you're up to. Monks who can do that, we do it once or twice, and after that, I'm not going to do that anymore. Your minds are not worth reading. But in deep meditation, you can't do anything. It's like you're frozen. The will has vanished. And this is the first time, the only time as far as I'm concerned, you can understand what the will is. That weird thing which is now gone. And quite frankly, you can't accept this, I understand this, but the will sucks big time. You cherish your will. and consider it one of your fundamental freedoms. But when you really understand what it is your main torturer. Never allow you to be still, always making you move, always doubting your choices, always making you go forward in life, never giving you a rest, even in sleep sometimes, always making you do something. This is why this way of meditation, of letting go, is subversively getting underneath your will, calming it down so it disappears, so you can understand what it truly is. Now that is radical. The will, the choice, is suffering, is dukkha. Buddha said that many, many times. Now what else disappears? Your mindfulness vanishes. Consciousness, mental consciousness, starts to disappear. It reaches its peak of mindfulness, awareness, in the fourth jhana. The purity of mindfulness. You're so incredibly still. No will to disturb you. Perfectly still and peaceful. Mindfulness is at its peak there. Then what happens? The arupas, the immaterial disappearings. Because of stillness, things vanish. The will has already vanished. What left is there to vanish? Consciousness, mindfulness. All the arupas are the mindfulness vanishing, disappearing, little by little, until there's nothing left. No perception or no perception. If that was permanent, if that was unconditional, that was unborn, that wouldn't be able to disappear. But it does. That's what these arupas are all about in deep meditation. That is not the unconditioned. That is Gomaya. But, yeah, maybe you haven't got that far in meditation, but nevertheless, you can read the Buddha's teachings. It says that again and again. All consciousness is suffering. And this is just what we call wishful thinking. It sounds good, doesn't it? To merge into cosmic consciousness. Wow, that sounds good. To go to the ground of all being. That sounds cool. But, is that real? I know the ground. I know being. But the ground of all being? Sounds good, but it's actually more Gomayang. And the reason is this. When I was at school, I was interested in religion. I went to a good school, scholarships all the way. Such a good school, they had a chaplain. And I went up to see the chaplain. He was an Anglican Christian. And I said, look, I'm not criticizing or anything. I just really want to know, what is God in your religion? What is it? Give me an explanation. He said something like, God is ineffable, beyond words. It is the ground of all being. It is the alpha and omega of life. It is just undescribable. And I was only 17 at the time, but I realized that was Gomayang. And that made no sense. To me, I heard that he didn't know what he was talking about. Then later on, when I did theoretical physics, there's one of the great physicists called Werner Heisenberg. Everyone knows him from the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. But he was a great physicist, and he was one of the founders of quantum physics, which is supposed to be very hard to understand. But he has this amazing quote. He said, if you really understand quantum physics, if you really understand it, you can explain it to the girl serving you a beer in the bar, and she will understand. A sign of people understanding what you're saying is that you've understood it first. So when people can't explain God to me in clear language, I get the idea they don't know what they're talking about. They're making up. Gomayang. So then, when I became a Buddhist, I went up to a monk. Nibbana, enlightenment. What is it? You know what this monk said? It is beyond words, ineffable, the ground of all being. I thought, I've heard that before. When you went up to a real monk like an Ajahn Chah, you can get a much better answer. And the best answer it's in, I'm not going to get many questions done today. Anyway, never mind. He gave this wonderful simile. It became the, the wishing game simile. It's in Mindfulness, Bliss and Beyond. 5 children were playing the wishing game. Anyone can understand this simile, and it tells you what enlightenment really is. 5 people were playing the wishing game, 5 kids. And the rules of the wishing game is everyone has a wish, and the person who comes up with the best wish wins the wishing game. So the first kid, he came up with a wish, and if you have any game or contest like this, never be the first. Because you can hear what other people are saying and then you can improve upon it. Just like that story about the Catholic priest, the rabbi and the Buddhist monk. The priest, the rabbi and the monk decided it's about time we had greater harmony between some of our religions. So they met together for afternoon tea, talking about this, that and the other. And they realised that's not enough. They need more interaction, more bonding. So they decided to play games like Scrabble and stuff. That was not enough. It needed to be more intense. So they started playing poker. Just for nothing first of all, but to make it just more interactive, they started playing for money. They started gambling, playing poker. And in this state, that was illegal. They got busted by the police and had to go to court. And in court, the 3 of them there defending the charge of gambling. And the judge looked at them and said, you're all religious people. So I'm just going to ask you straight away. First Catholic priest, were you gambling? And as quick as a flash, the priest looked up to the skies and said, forgive me, Lord. And said, no. The judge didn't see the forgive me, Lord. Just heard the no. Okay, you can go. Then they asked the rabbi, were you gambling? And he did the trick which I used to do in school in England. I don't know if you do it in the United States. Cross your fingers behind the back. Oh, yeah. Remember that one? So the rabbi crossed his fingers behind his back and said no. I don't know why people think you can get away with lies that way. But anyway, no, okay, you can go. And then they asked the Buddhist monk, you keep precepts, and let me see your hand in front. You don't believe in a God, so you can't sort of ask the God to forgive you. So, monk, were you gambling? And the monk replied, gambling? With whom, Your Honour? So it always pays to be the last. That was a joke, by the way. It wasn't real. So we got to the, the 5 kids. The first kid put up his hand and said, if I had a wish, I'd wish for Xbox, for PlayStation. Yeah, Xbox. A new Xbox, latest version. Fine. Second kid, thinking, I can do better than that. I want my own video game shop. Because if I own the shop, I can get Xboxes, iBoxes, or whatever box you got. PlayStation, I don't know, I'm not a kid. 40 years ago, we didn't have that. But anyway, own video game shop. Are much better than just getting one sort of Xbox. Third kid, he was thinking, he said, no, I can do much better than that. I am going to ask for $100 billion US. That's a wish. And with $100 billion US, I'd first buy my own video game shop. The trouble with video games is my mum won't let me play them. She says I have to do my homework first. So after I bought my own video game shop, then I'll buy my own school. If I own the school and employ all the teachers, they have to give me top marks even if I don't do any homework because I own the school. And after I graduate from the school I own, then I'll buy my own university, give myself honours degree in whatever I want, And I can spend all day, all night playing video games and my mum can't stop me. And then later on in life, when I find something else I want with $100 billion, no one can spend that money unless they're in Congress. It will last me all my life. So that was the kid with $100 billion wish. And beat that. Now don't say 200 billion, because 100 billion means as much money as anyone can ever spend. So the fourth kid was really a genius. And he said, if I had a wish, I would wish for 3 wishes. That's a wish. For my first wish, I'll have the video game shop. For my second wish, I'll have $100 billion US. And for my third wish, I will have 3 more wishes. That way I can go on forever. Beat that. And the fourth kid, she was absolutely genius. Wise beyond her years. She said, if I had a wish, I wish I was so content I never needed a wish ever again. That's the enlightened being, the Arahat, the Buddha. And in that little story, you understand what Nirvana is, Nibbana. The fourth kid, they had the freedom of wishes. The third kid had the freedom of wealth. You know what it's like? People try and be wealthy so they can get whatever they want whenever they want it. But they find wealthy people, after a while, realize that money is not enough. They want power. That is why wealthy people become senators and congressmen, presidents, because they have the freedom of wishes, the freedom of desire, power. But then the last kid doesn't have freedom of desire. They have the greatest freedom of all, the freedom from desire. Contentment. So happy you don't need any more wishes. That is enlightenment. That's Nibbana. And everyone can understand it. Not the ground of all being or other Gomayang talk. This is something everyone can understand, and it also shows how it happens. So you've got 2 choices for freedom. Is this really the land of the free, United States? Or are you controlled by so many desires and wants and wishes? And are you aspiring to have enough power, enough money, or even enough wisdom to get what you want? That's called the freedom of desire. I find it's no freedom at all. The real freedom is the freedom from desire. That's enlightenment. Now if you call that unconditioned and stuff, okay, fair enough. That's much closer. But all this other stuff is just a bunch of Gomayang. Okay, and where it actually says is, the unborn, the unchanging, the unconditioned, that is from a teaching of the Buddha, which again has been very badly translated. Number one, it's in a very obscure part of the Buddha's teachings. It's in the Woodacre Nikaya, the miscellaneous part of the Buddha's teachings. And number two, it doesn't mean unknowing, unconditioned, unborn. The prefix A, is the professor of Sanskrit here today, the one who's following me around? She's not here.
Yesterday was her last day.
Oh, okay. You can check with her. The prefix A with ajata, asankata is a privative prefix. It doesn't mean the opposite. It means that which follows afterwards is not there anymore. It says that what's coming afterwards is gone, finished, done with. It means everything which is conditioned has disappeared and vanished. Everything which was born has gone. It's the word which actually means the absence of what follows afterwards, the privative. And thereby it fits into everything else which the Buddha said about things vanishing and disappearing. And in the art of disappearing, the book I wrote, it explains how everything vanishes. It's gone, gone forever. Where does it go to, people ask. And somebody once asked the Buddha that question. And the Buddha looked at the oil lamp. Says, see that oil lamp over there? See the flame. The flame depends upon three things: the oil, the wick, and the heat. If one of those three conditions disappears, such as the oil is all used up, or the wick is exhausted, or the wind blows the heat away, the flame goes out. So the flame depends upon three conditions to exist. When one of those conditions is taken away, the flame disappears. And the Buddha said, where did the flame go? Did it go to the heaven of all flames, if it was a good flame, and always made lots of good karma? Did it go to the ground of all flameness? Did it go to the unburning, the unhot? No, it just goes out. Finished. Done with. Exactly, said the Buddha. So you, just a bunch of 5 khandhas, like a flame, depending on things outside of itself. When any of those things vanish, so you go as well. Where do you go? Nowhere. You're just gone. Gone, baby. Gone. And you know the word in Pali for a flame going out? The word for flame going out in Pali is nibbana. It nibbanas. That is why every kid in the time of the Buddha, when they went to the word nibbana, would understand what it meant. Used in everyday language. Flame nibbanas. So you are a flame. Remember Elton John's song? The flame in the wind. Oh no, a candle in the wind, wasn't it? That's you. Okay, that's 2 questions answered. I'll do another few questions, then we'll do something else. I can forgive people in my past, but how do I forgive myself? Oh my goodness, forgiving other people, you don't forgive them, you don't forgive them, doesn't really affect them. But you forgive yourself, that affects you. So for goodness sake, just forgive yourself. You've got to live with yourself for the rest of your life until you go out. So that's the dumbest thing in the world. You can't forgive yourself for what you did wrong. So if you've done something wrong, bad, evil, terrible, number 1, understand you have permission to forgive yourself. It's okay. It's not sinful, which is some of you have been brainwashed into thinking it's evil to forgive yourself. If you don't forgive yourself, if you don't punish yourself, you'll do it again. That's what's been brainwashed into you. When we do punish people, they do it again. When you forgive people, they don't. Try it and see. Basic psychology. So after a while, you look at all the terrible things you did in your life. Some of the terrible things I did. You know, I made a bomb once when I was about 10 years of age with my friend. We let it off in the park, it went bang. I was so proud when it went bang. It worked. It exploded. And I was so proud until I got caught. I really got trouble there. Kids being kids, blowing things up. That's what kids do. Boys, anyway. You can't do it these days because the CIA will get you, or they recruit you for the. But anyway, that's the stupid things I did. I did bad things. But what do I do now? We laugh at them. So, simile of the hand. How big is my hand? My hand is now so big I can't see any of you. can't see the sky, I can't see the sun, I can't see the trees, I can't see anything except my hand. Is it my hand's fault? Or is it because I've lost perspective? It's lost perspective, that's all. When I put my hand where it belongs, at the end of my arm, hasn't changed its size, it's still the same size hand. Now I've got perspective, I can see you, I can see my hand, I can see the whole of life. So all the faults which you've done in life, all those mistakes, please put them in perspective. When you put them in perspective, oh, you made a big mistake. But there's so many other good things you've done as well. Amazing, beautiful things you've done. Then you find yourself worth forgiving, which is important. First step is you're allowed to forgive. Next step is to realize you're worth forgiving. That's a hard step for many people. They think that the crime, the difficult, bad thing they've done is so bad they don't deserve to be forgiven. They just need more punishment. You deserve to be forgiven. You're really a nice person after all, underneath all of that. I've never met, and I've seen some murderers, rapists, paedophiles, people who've done some terrible, terrible things in their life. They're not terrible people. Sometimes you go into these prisons. When anyone goes into prison for the first time doing some community work, they all come out with the same comment. They're just the same as us. Of course they're the same as us. Just they got caught, we didn't. A lot of time that's true, you know. So sometimes, you look at yourself and you realize you're worth forgiving. So first of all, you can be forgiven, you're worth forgiving, and you learn from mistakes. You grow from mistakes. So whatever mistake a person has done, you're worth forgiving. Now, how do you forgive yourself? What you do is, it's okay, Sloth and Torpor is good. She's following my instructions. Good girl. And worth forgiving, the next thing you do is, how do you forgive? And this is where I get another shit simile from. Sometimes when people say, Ajahn Brahm, you're a monk, you're a man of religion, why are you saying these words for? It's not the first time I said shit today. And the reason is, I mentioned this earlier, and you can check me up on this. This is in the Monk's Vinaya. It's also in the Arana Vibhanga Sutra, advice by the Buddha to people giving Dhamma talks. He said, wherever you go, you must always teach in the local language. You say shit, I say shit. So there we go. A person went to the temple one evening, on the way home, trod in the dog shit. Got it all over their shoes. Now, if they were stupid, they would scrape the dog shit off their shoes and wash it as soon as possible. If they are wise, if they're a Buddhist, they always take the dog shit home with them. You don't scrape it off until you get to your garden, and you scrape it off under the apple tree. Because if you scrape off the dog shit under the apple tree, 1 year later your apples will be sweeter and juicier than ever before. And when you eat those juicy sweet apples, when the juice is running down your cheek, you must always remember what you are really eating. You are eating dog shit, transformed into delicious apple. Now that is how you forgive. You transform all of that bad stuff into juicy wisdom, sweet compassion. Don't try and get rid, hide, reject the pain you've experienced in your past. Whether someone did it to you, or you did it for yourself or for others. Embrace it, bring it in. dig it into your heart. Don't try and throw it away. And then you transform it. It becomes incredibly sweet compassion, juicy wisdom. And then you realize all those little faults and mistakes you made. That is who you are. That's made you the bent and crooked tree, which are the most beautiful ones in the forest, as I've already said too many times. That is how we forgive. It's easy. I forgave myself for telling bad jokes a long time ago. Do you want another one? Here's a really bad joke. Whether you want one or you don't, here it is. It's coming. This is very apropos because we've got nuns here today. This is from my father. A very naughty, silly joke. What fun does a monk have? Answer, none. That is not true. No matter how you spell the word none, monks have a lot of fun, and not with any sex. Terrible joke, isn't it? What advice would you give one who is having trouble keeping a regular meditation practice due to fear of self-exposure? I don't know what that means, but anyway, if you are worried about what people think of you, then do meditation in a cupboard. Be a closet meditator until you feel strong enough to come out and say to your friends, I'm sorry, friends, but I am a meditator. I came out a long time ago. I'm celibate. I admit it. I'm celibate. The most devious sexual preference of all. No sex. So, I don't know if keep self-exposure. I don't know what fear it is, but usually you find with meditation, it just works in every which way. And if you can meditate regularly, I was told this, I think, by Ajahn Brahm a long time ago. I don't know if it's true, but he said it was true. If you can get someone to sign off on your application for medical insurance, you're a meditator, you get a reduction in your health premium. Because people know, everyone knows it's good for your health. Actually, you pay less. I know many people have gone to applications for jobs, and they say they're a regular meditator. You get the job because they know you can handle stress. So many places in this world, meditation is something you can add to your CV. You don't need to hide it. It makes you, a more employable, healthier individual. So, you go out with somebody, put it on Facebook, meditator. You get more good partners because they know that, you know how to handle the stress. Women in technology. Ajahn Brahm, I applaud you for what you have done for the women bhikkhunis. We have a similar problem in Silicon Valley with women in technology. Even in companies like Google, Facebook, Intel talk about it, the bias is so strong at the grassroots hiring level. I'm going to Google tomorrow, Facebook the day after. Thank you. I have to work super hard to prove I'm good enough to men who think I should be at home. Is that really true these days?
Yes.
That's gross. Where have these guys been? I want you to take this voice to Google. How do you deal with an industry that is so competitive and with men like this? On a personal level, how do you deal with rejection and not being heard and acknowledged and sidelined in the workplace? Sadly, it is a reality. Number one, so if there is any competition within a company, that's bad for business. Now you have to not compete but cooperate. Within the business. Some years ago, this disciple, he was from Germany before unification, from Western Germany, where that had the best economy of the world, together with Japan, way better than the US, West German economy. And when he came to Australia, his friends were asking him, yeah, we know why the West German economy is doing so well because people really work hard there. He said, no, we don't work hard. He said, in Australia, probably the US, he said, people work like this. They work against each other, even in the same office. He said the culture in Germany at that time was working together in the same direction. They had cooperation, which is why they were doing well in their economy. And you can be a monk and see this. I've never been in a workplace for over 40 years. I can see if you don't work together, even in a monastery, working together with the bhikkhunis, the bhikkhus, Buddhism will go nowhere. We have to work together. In the same way, we have to learn how to cooperate, not just compete. And one of my solutions to this, a practical but quite radical solution, is actually in our education system, because we start competing with each other with your best friend at an early age when we do our tests. So we have to assess people at school. So how can we change that? My suggestion, one day it might get some traction somewhere, is at the end of the year, when you give assessments to the kids, 70% is their personal score, and the other 30% is averaged over the class to which they belong. So if the whole class does well, they do well. If they do really well by themselves but the rest of the class do poorly, then they lose. There is a reward given to everybody in the class for cooperating, helping the weaker children in the class. And when you reward children at that early age, of course they will develop cooperation skills. So someone can't understand the lesson, they can't do their homework, you go and help them. And you're rewarded for that rather than being punished for it. And when we learn the skills of cooperation, not only in our business where we do far better, I shouldn't say this because you're competing with Australia, but who cares? Don't care. You just want everyone to be able to cooperate. It means, the companies, they would compete with one another, but inside the company, inside the office, you'll be cooperating instead of competing. And it would also mean that when you are in a marriage, in a relationship, you won't be competing all the time with one another. You learn cooperation skills. And that's something which we don't teach, except on a football field maybe. But imagine if a football team, had the same ethos as the people in your company. When instead of actually doing a play and throwing the ball up to wherever it was, people in the same team were blocking one another. So I don't want this guy to score because I want to be the quarterback next week. Would a team do well that way? They'd lose every match. In a team, we learn how to cooperate. We don't care who scores the touchdown as long as somebody does. That's called cooperation. So that's one thing we have to learn. As far as where are these guys born that they sort of don't respect the abilities of women, men? It doesn't matter. It's just who, what race, what religion, what gender, what sexual orientation. As long as they can do the job, of course they do the job. So I'm really, really surprised that is such discrimination in a place like the United States. It's really great. Wow, it's an eye-opener for me. But if that's the case, gang up. What power do you have? Okay, every woman in Google, no sex with your husband for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, until things change. Affirmative action. Because that's the only way to do things, sometimes affirmative action instead of argument. Because when I went to see the gay and lesbian transgender lobby, there's this great story from Tasmania in Australia. It was the last state which criminalised gay sex, consensual. And so the gay, lesbian, transgender community over in Tasmania went to the government and said, look, it's in the statute books, it's illegal for us to have sex at night, consensually, adults. And the state government said, don't worry about it, we won't prosecute you. So patronising. They thought there was no problem. But, for the gay, lesbian, transgender community, there was a problem. They're being discriminated against. It was in the statute books. So after all the arguments and lobbying, they decided to do some action. There's about 50 gay couples. They made an agreement that on the same night they would have as much sex as they possibly could. And they wrote it all down in detail, what they did that night. And the following morning, they handed themselves in to the police with all the media in tow. And the police had no choice. They committed a crime. Consensual gay sex was a crime. They handed themselves in. The police had no choice except to charge them and put them in a jail. And all the media obviously saw this. 50 couples, really good people, were put in jail because they committed a crime. They admitted it. Within 3 days, the state government was so embarrassed they changed the law. That's actually how they changed that law, by deliberately breaking it and showing what a stupid law it was. So sometimes that's what we have to do. That's what I did with the nuns, break what I was told to do, to show how stupid it was for not having bhikkhunis allowed in our tradition. So we break that law. So I don't know exactly what initiative you can do in Google, but me talking to people, someone else talking, it doesn't work. Do something. I don't know what. Embarrass, because I didn't know that. Put sort of in Google every time, can you hack the system? Oh, I shouldn't say this. Because every time I use Google, you have this, whatever it is, and put in there there is sexual discrimination in Google. So every time somebody sort of logs into Google, they see. Well, I don't know, whatever it is, let people know. Maybe I'll say that. Well, I didn't know that. Is that common in most companies?
Yes.
Wow.
And racial. It is very bad.
Really? And racial as well?
Yes. Age plus gender.
And age.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. If you can do the job. We don't have racial gender discrimination in the Sangha. Not anymore. If you can do the job, you do the job. Makes no sense to me. It's illogical, irrational. Even age.
Yes. Oh yeah. Big time. Discriminated every year.
In the Sangha, the monks, the monastics, in the time of the Buddha, there was one man. He became a monk at the age of 120. He was ordained as a monk. A couple of months later, he became fully enlightened. A couple of months later, he passed away. It's called leaving it to the last minute. But he still did it. How old is this nun? How old are you?
I'm 80.
80! Yeah. Age discrimination. Is that still going? Yeah.
Yep.
It's great when we don't have discrimination. There's no point to it. And it's also you're losing out on great talent, people who can do things. So why not? When are you going to have your first female president? When are you going to have your next female Buddhist president? Why not? Who's going to stand? I can't because I wasn't born in the US. Why not? Get Jack to stand. Okay, shall we keep going? I'll have a tea break.
No, this is fun.
Tea break? That's where you come. Okay, fine.
One more.
Okay, one more on the tea break. Respected teacher, why people take it for granted that near dears, spouses, take for granted their spouses, forget they need their love and time too. Why do we take our spouses for granted? Not realize they need our time too. They come too far to see you in search of true love, true self, but forget their own loved ones. Is it not important what we are looking for? Shouldn't charity begin at home, like that arrow from a pure soul? It's sometimes, if this session is worth anything, you'll be a much better spouse to your near and dearest after this talk. If this is worth anything. Otherwise, it's been a waste of time you coming here. And any donation you make, please take it back again. Because the whole point of coming here is to make you better human beings. Better lovers, better spouses, better parents, better children, better workers, better bosses. That's the whole purpose of coming to see the Dhamma. And that's part of the path towards being enlightened, being a better person. And look, there was many stories. This one person always wanted to come on one of my meditation retreats. His wife would never let him. Every time there was a meditation retreat for the weekend, she said, "No, you can't go. You have to do all of those chores I gave you. It's too busy." So the next time he asked again, "No, you can't go today. You've got to take the children to sport." The next time, "No, you can't go. We've got all this shopping to do." "No, you can't go. Mother is coming." But he kept on asking every time. There was a weekend retreat, he kept on asking. And one day his wife was so fed up with him when he asked to go on a weekend meditation retreat. She said, "Okay, you go. You leave me with the shopping, the cleaning and the kids. You just go." And he did. But what happened next, he told me. After he'd been on a meditation retreat for the weekend, when he came back home, he was such a beautiful, sensitive, kind husband. His wife saw the difference, and it was such a wonderful change on her husband that when it came, this is absolutely a true story, when it came time for the next retreat, he didn't even need to ask. She gave him the money and sent him off. Sometimes people come for an evening meditation, and during the week they said, "I was so tired coming from work. I didn't want to come to meditation tonight, but my kid told me to go." And I asked my kid, "No, I feel tired. Mummy's tired." "No, Mummy, you must go to meditation." "But I don't feel like it." "Mummy, you must go." "Why, darling?" "Because you're a much nicer mummy when you come back from meditation." That's what happens. So whatever you hear here should actually enhance your relationship. So you don't take spouses for granted. And remember, Emperor's 3 questions. Said that yesterday. It's in the Dung book, one of the greatest stories, and basically all you need for life, for meditation, for everything. When is the most important time? Now. Who is the most important person? One in front of you. Not yourself. The one right in front of you is the most important person. And the most important thing to do? Care. So when you go home and your spouse is right in front of you, they are important. Please give them that importance. You know what it's like? Sometimes some of you come and talk to me. And this is one of my trainings. Whoever it is comes and talk to me. A silly question, a deep question, I don't care. You, to me, are the most important person in the world when you're talking to me. And I think many of you feel that. You're given importance. You're the most important person in the world to me right now. Now you are, sorry. But when you're right in front, I give full importance. How many of you with your spouse, you want to say something, you need to talk. And they say, "Oh, we'll do it later." That really sucks. They're not giving you importance. That's taking you for granted. So sometimes when you see someone, you may be really tired. But still, they're right in front of you. They need to talk. Give them that importance. Yes, darling. And listen. When you give things importance, you're caring. Caring for the relationship. And then you find people realize you're listening. That they're being given importance. And that makes all the difference in the world. The worst thing in a relationship is you feel like you're nothing. Husband, maybe really his work, his football match, the accounts, whatever it is, rather than the person in front of them. That's where relationships die. So please, whoever's in front of you, your kid comes up to you and you're really tired and busy, you want to meditate, no. If your kids are right in front of them, they are important. Give them importance, for goodness sake. Give them love, which is what importance really means. We have a wonderful time together. So that way your relationship should be much, much better after coming to this day's retreat. It's not just about meditation and the nature of the unconditioned. That may be great for sort of people who like Gomayang, but for real life, get your act together, be kind. Okay, now we're going to have a tea break. Before we have a tea break, we're going to have a little commercial for the Dhamma project, because that's the reason I am here. If you're grateful for me being here, it's because of these nuns. They're having a hard time financially, getting a monastery together, getting a wall so they can throw some shit over it every now and again. So because of that, I've come up here to squeeze all your money out of you. And the story which I told yesterday, I'm going to retell again, that there was a bar in San Francisco which was run by an ex-footballer, an ex-quarterback. He was a big, strong guy. And he, with his money he made, he opened a bar. And there was a running contest in the bar. Once this barman, the owner of the bar, had actually squeezed a lemon to make a cocktail or a drink or whatever, he was so strong, if anyone else, taking that lemon, could squeeze 3 drops out of that lemon, then they could get a free drink. And many people, ex-Marines who had served in Afghanistan, big champion boxers, bodybuilders, even your ex-governor, Arnie Schwarzenegger, he tried it too. He couldn't squeeze any drops out of that lemon. Once, this guy had, but then this small guy came in there, with a brown robe. And he said, give me a chance. And this barman looked at this bald-headed man from Australia in the brown robe. He said, all these very tough guys, they've tried to squeeze drops out of this lemon. They've never been able to do it. How can you? And this little monk took that lemon and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 drops came out of this lemon. And he said, my goodness, how can you do that? And the monk said, because I can raise money for the Dhamma project. I can squeeze you more than anybody else in the whole world. So be prepared to be squeezed of all of your funds.
I'm not sure I like that introduction.
Actually, the joke I heard, it was a small guy in a suit. And they say, how can you squeeze all that lemon? He said, because I work for the IRS.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elad Levinson, and I'm the president of the board of Dhamma Dharini. I met Ayatollah about 8 years ago at a talk that she gave in Mountain View. And my wife and I both had exactly the same reaction, that this was a living embodiment of the Dharma, and that we wanted to spend as much time as we could serving her. And I have the same feeling about Ayasobana, Ayasubhajana, all the people that are involved with Dhamma Dharini, and that's why I take this role of being the president. I also want to say that I was thinking about what you said earlier about safety, about the safety that is needed to be able to really deeply relax. And right now we have a temporary monastery in Santa Rosa. And we're looking at, in August, well actually before that, having to move and find another place to rent. And our greatest hope would be that we have a permanent residence so that the bhikkhunis are able to just settle and know that that's where they are, and that from there we can offer teachings, we can offer classes, we can offer all of the wonderful things that they offer to the community. The second thing I wanted to say was about Donna. I was on a retreat here with Tanisara, and I've heard many Donna talks. And she really touched me very deeply when she was speaking about what Dana was. And she reminded me that Dana is not something that you do, that it's a practice. That in the same way that one sits or that one gives kind of conscious attention to everything, that we're giving conscious attention to something very particular, which is letting go. And that the act of generosity is a Brahma Vihara. It's a place that we reside, and that rather than feeling squeezed, my hope would be that you would feel your heart opening to these bhikkhunis, and that's where it would come from. So thank you very much.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so is that on? Okay, so now we can break for sort of half an hour for a cup of tea and other things. Anyone who wants to make a donation and you need sort of a bank account or PayPal or something, I think you have the little brochures there.
Baskets are
Basket,
in the
yeah.
foyer, and credit card slips as well.
Yeah, okay, so anyone who wants to make a nice donation would be brilliant. Okay, yeah?
Specifically, what should be written on the check?
What should be written on the check?
Spirit Rock, and then we...
It's going to be Spirit Rock, and then they're going to transfer it over to the Dhammadharini.
Does 100% of the money go to Dhammadharini?
Does 100% money go to Dhammadharini?
It's a shared benefit for Spirit Rock and Dhammadharini.
So 50% goes to Spirit Rock and 50
Okay, 50 goes there. So if you want to go directly to Dhammadharini, then there's another thing you can do. Yeah. I think it's on either PayPal or... is there an account called Dhammadharini?
It's on the back of the card.
On the back of the green card, green one on the back there? Yeah. Orange card, yeah. So please, if you can, support both, although Dhammadharini doesn't need it more. I know you didn't need money.
This is my last day on the job.
Yeah, okay, I'm doing the job. Okay, great. So you got on the back there, Dhammadharini. Okay, very good. Because I come all the way from Australia. My temples need money, but we can do that later on. Everything comes here. I don't receive anything. Anyone who gives me a donation goes straight to Dhammadharini. I'm giving my 2 weeks of time. So this is for the nuns. Nuns. Very good. Hope I don't get into trouble.
Are you good getting out of here for your husband?
Oh, no. I'll be here. I'll go down and do.
Oh, okay. You're good. You don't need your... Okay, good.
Hello again. No, I'd rather keep my email address secret because I'll get this.
Any attendance? Like if you're a person, you just...
You can do it to the admin of the
Oh, they probably can now. Yeah, there was some light coming in this morning that was messing with the filming, but we
Too
can.
many of you.
Thank you for being...
This is not the only city on
I know.
in the world I go
It's
to.
like on the emergency and figure
Yeah,
out.
imagine just how many.
Okay.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Have you heard about the quantum computers?
Yeah, I heard about them.
D-Wave is just north of Mountain View in Palo Alto.
You might want to turn the mic off. Otherwise, we can...
That's okay.
I could...
Okay, we're going to be starting again soon. So the last person in front. No more books, please. Starting in 2 minutes.
I was a Pacao at Wapanamachak for a year.
Okay.
A while back.
How long ago?
Back, it was when Ajahn Dhamma was.
Okay, yeah.
It was when was it? 2004.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know you were in it, but I listened to a lot of your Dharma talks. We had a lot of your Dharma talks there.
Good.
And so actually, your voice has this huge
Good,
meaning.
good,
I listen
yeah.
to your talk probably more than anybody.
Okay.
So it's very good to finally meet you in
Good to see you.
person. Thank you.
Excellent.
Until
Okay.
you said something, I didn't realize that you were going to
No,
sign.
he was the last one.
Oh, sorry.
You're the very last one. You always do about 3 or 4 last
I
ones.
am.
Yes.
Always. The last one. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in my mother's womb.
Oh, come on. What part of London?
West London.
West
The
London?
poor part. The poor part, next to Shepherd's Bush.
Oh, I grew up in, I lived in South London.
Bath.
South London. Mike? Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much for everything.
See ya. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now some tea.
You can have time to drink.
Okay. Oops. No. Okay, here we go again. Anyone who wants to get enlightened, come in now. Don't blame me if you have to get reincarnated again. So, the first question. The only way to get people. How can we differentiate between expressing our truth and useless speech? And useless speech. My truth is useless speech. What's wrong with useless speech? All speech has some use somewhere. And sometimes it's just being kind to someone, just saying hello, making them feel good. And even like a joke. People say, what are you doing talking about jokes, Ajahn Brahm? We should be more serious here. But you can see the power of humour, makes people relax, makes people feel welcome. A lot of time humour has a deeper meaning. It's not useless at all. So most of our speech is not useless. It needs to be said. And sometimes even if people are saying something negative, they just need to vent, to let go of all their stuff. So they can say anything. And that's why you have 2 ears for, as I used to say, one to go in, one to go out. So if it really is useless to speak, they need to say it, but you don't need to hear it. So let it go right the way through. If it's something really important, then put one hand over the ear so that you can actually keep it in. So that's speech. How can we tell the difference between wise discernment and avoidance? You want to say no to something. If you say no to something, people argue with you. So when people ask me, when are you coming to America the next time? Can we invite you back to Spirit Rock? I will never say no. Otherwise you'll argue with me, twist my arm until I give in. So these days I say, I will think about it. And there are some invitations I've been thinking about for 10 years. That way I don't get into trouble and you don't argue with me. So don't say no, just say, I will think about it. Because you can think about it for years. What do you tell people who are scared to get sick? Sickness is wonderful. When you are sick, you don't have to go to work in the morning. You can lay in, you've got no stress. All these people visit you. You can eat food, which other times you can't eat. There was one of my friends, I went to see him in the hospice when he got cancer. Doctor gave up on him, and so he went to the hospice to die. And as soon as he got into the hospice, the people there said, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? And he said, well, I can't have this because I've got diabetes. I can't have that because high cholesterol. And the nurse said, what do you mean? You're dying of cancer, not of diabetes. You can eat whatever you want. Says, really? So he ate all the favorite food, oily, sweet, because it didn't matter anymore. So for the first time in years, he could eat something which his wife was always prohibiting. And because he was eating all of his favorite food, oily, sweet, syrupy, this is no joke, he got better. And they kicked him out of the hospice. Said, you don't need to be here anymore. There's a lot of interesting things about that. People eat health food and it kills you. But he did actually go back to the hospice 6 months later to die properly. But, because he had a boost of happiness, eating stuff he liked, he got well. So when you're sick, you can eat what you like because you're dying anyway. People come and visit you. They bring all these flowers and stuff like that. So sometimes it's good to pretend to be sick, even if you're not. But I feel sick this morning, Dad. I need a bit of TLC, a bit of kindness. And also, when you're sick in Buddhism, we're giving other people the opportunity to make good karma. So tell your partner, darling, I'm sick today. The Buddha said, anyone who looks after the sick is like looking after the Buddha. So amazing good karma you can make, husband, by looking after me. Come on, pamper me. And it's absolutely true, because it's really fun. If it's a relation, you look after them and you're kind to them. It's a really happy thing to do, to help people when they really need it. You get so much joy out of it. So sometimes when a person is sick, when you are sick, you're giving another person the opportunity to look after you. And that's very beautiful. There was this one monk. He visited his family in Chicago many years ago. And you know how cold and icy Chicago is. While he was walking down the street, he slipped over, he broke his leg. And so he was put in the ambulance, taken to hospital, put a cast on his leg. And then the word got to his mother that the son, the monk, had broken his leg. And as he told me, as soon as his mother came into the hospital ward and saw him in a plaster cast, having broken his leg, his mother smiled from ear to ear. Said, Mom, what are you happy for? I've just broken my leg. Because, son, I've got you exactly where I want you for the next 2 weeks, and you can't run away to Thailand. Because for a mother, you just love mothering your children. And to get your kid, in hospital, when they're about 40 or 45, you've got them exactly where you want, and they can't escape. And that's beautiful, just being able to care for another. So being sick is giving other people a chance to express their love to you. What a wonderful gift that is, to be sick. As for me, it's very rare that I get sick, and I try not to get sick in public. The reason is, it's happened to me many times, I've coughed. And literally, in Perth, if I cough before the talk is finished, there's about 6 or 7 bottles of medicine in front of me. And they get sort of like, Western medicine. And the person gives it to me and says, you must take this, it's very good. I had a cough and it cured it. Then you got some, say, Chinese medicine. And they say, this is even better, you must take this, please take it because it'll cure your cough. Then you got Ayurvedic medicine. You got homeopathic medicine. You got herbal medicine. And everyone who gives it to me, they gives it to me with such a beautiful smile. They say, look, I've just really gone out of my way to get it for you. Can you please take it? And I end up promising to take all those medicines, and that really makes me sick. It's just sometimes being a monk like that, because people want to care for you. And if you don't need anything, it's really awful. So, look at me, I never wear socks. You know, even cold weather, even when I go to Europe in the wintertime, I don't wear socks. I've got really good circulation. Even when I was in the snow in college, I would just wear thongs and no socks on because my feet are happy like this. I just know who I am. So when this lady knitted a pair of socks for me, and she gave them to me before the talk, of course I received them. I said, thank you so much. And then I wore them during the talk, but I usually got my feet all covered up. And then during the talk, I was giving a talk, and I uncovered my foot, and I pointed it at her. And I saw her in the corner of my eye, turn around to her friend, he's wearing my socks! He's wearing my socks! That's like dana. Somebody gives you the socks, you don't need them, but you wear them to celebrate kindness. So you give me medicine, I don't need it, but I'll eat it. Just to celebrate your kindness. And that's what makes me sick. But that's one of the things which I learned from the Dalai Lama. There's an old story, it's a nice story of dana, that this was when he was still in Tibet apparently, and he was going around Tibet from place to place, and there was a journalist, a US journalist, very smart guy, saw this famous person before he was really famous, and following him around Tibet as he went his rounds of the towns and villages. And he went to this one village, and all the people were lined up to give him things. And there was an obviously incredibly poor woman lined up, and the only thing he could give His Holiness the Dalai Lama was one of her skirts. And the anger had been boiling inside the reporter for days. And this was just, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He shouted at His Holiness the Dalai Lama, you think yourself a holy man, a spiritual man, you live in a palace, you get everything you ever want, and there's this poor woman and she's giving you a skirt. You don't need a skirt, you're a man for goodness sake. Why have you accepted a skirt from this poor woman? And no, in typical Buddhist fashion, His Holiness the Dalai Lama never defends himself, never just shouts back, but uses wisdom. And he told this reporter, it's true, I don't need the skirt, but the woman needed to give it to me. And that just taught me about the meaning of dana and generosity. I don't need socks, but that woman needed to give it to me. And so I take the socks, wear them once, wash them and give them to somebody else. So that's with dana. And that's with each one of you. If anyone gives you anything, even if you don't want it, you don't need it, accept it, wear it, taste it, and then give it to someone else who needs it more. But at least receive it first of all. Because one of the worst things is someone really goes out their way to give you something. Say, no, I don't want that. That is just destroying kindness, generosity, love, and that really, really is no good. So if anyone comes along and gives you something, please receive it. No matter what it is, you can always give it on to someone else, because someone has really gone out of their way to care for you. So please receive it. Dear Ajahn Brahm, are you the most exotic presenter to give voice at Spirit Rock? Question. 1, you crack jokes. 2, you are self-effacing. I'm not self-effacing, I'm humble. I am the most humble. I have written to the Guinness Book of Records trying to get the entry as the most humble monk in the world. As I said yesterday, if you're humble, what's the point of being humble if no one knows about it? Self-effacing, speak Australian, good on you. So are we, your audience, more like you, or like the somewhat tamer teachers that have previously occupied this podium? More importantly, as imitation is the most engaging sort of flattery, which aspects of your personality or practice would you be most pleased if we could imitate, and why? What I would like you all to imitate is my roundness. It's true. Too many people in America have the idea, you're already fat anyway, they always have the idea that fat is bad for your health. Look, one person, I know, this is a good example, Santa Claus. He's fat, he's happy, and what age is he? He was old when I was young. He must be 200, 300 years of age yet. Santa Claus, happy, fat, way to go. But seriously, I read this in a medical journal, and it's so obvious that when you are miserable, depressed, angry, guilty, your blood vessels contract. They get smaller. When you laugh, when you're happy, your blood vessels expand. They actually get bigger. Many studies, that's what happens. So, if you are a little bit overweight, like many of you are, you've got a choice. Now this is your choice. You can either go on a diet, which sucks, or you can start laughing, which expands your blood vessels. I have been laughing and happy for such a long time. My blood vessels are now so wide, they're like superhighways. So you can eat anything can go through here because it's so wide, nothing clogs up. But if you are fat and miserable and negative, never laugh, you've got lots of gut going through your blood vessels, the blood vessels are very small, you're going to die. And that answers one of the questions which you may have noticed. Why are fat people always happy and jolly? The reason is all the fat, miserable people died a long time ago. Only the fat, happy ones are left. Yeah, they've got extra cholesterol, but they've also got big arteries, so no problem. So you've got a choice, go on a diet or start laughing, otherwise you're dead. So not only do I teach the Dhamma, I teach good health. Like how to be a vegetarian, eat a steak. Okay, very good. I don't know what other people do when they teach here, but there's sometimes that, when you do break new ground, other people follow, and that's important. You tell jokes, you make it funny, but you make it meaningful, tie it to daily life, tie it to your reality, and then the Dharma really takes off. It becomes really meaningful. And more importantly, your kids come. Which is, sometimes people keep on saying, in so many religions, there's only the old people here. You go to many churches, they're old. You know why? It's because they're going to die soon, they're just making sure they're going to go to heaven. When you're young, you've still got some time. But, if you make it relevant and fun, your kids want to come as well. And I know many of you got kids, and you really care about them. You say, why didn't you come to the temple, come to do meditation, come to listen to Dhamma? They say, no way. It's not fun. You come here and you make it fun and enjoyable, they laugh and they want to come again. So this is actually why. This is a way of making the Dhamma relevant, fun, and then this is what happens, that more people get into the Dhamma. And as one Tibetan monk once taught me, he said, when people are laughing, because you told a joke, they've got their mouth open and then you can put in the pill of Dhamma. You've got to open their mouths first of all. Your story about the monk who was invulnerable made me think of the moment an accident that happened to me. All the odds were against it, but when it happened I let go. Things went white in my head and I felt I was carried to a soft pillow. Was this like a spontaneous, deep, safe meditation? I had no scratch on my body. Very much so. You know what happens when kids fall from these 10-story buildings? And they don't know what's happening, so they don't tense up. They relax, and so basically they hardly get damaged. But when we tense up, when an accident happens, we become so fragile that, a small little incident marks us, breaks bones, and goodness knows what else. There's also some psychic things happen there as well. There are many, many, many times when people just really relax, and there is some weird stuff happens in this world. And this is sometimes what happens if you can really, really let go. You happen to let go. That was the brilliant thing to do. You let go, you relax. If you die, you die. If you live, you live. And then when you have that sort of attitude, the chances are you're going to live. You survive. And it's amazing some of the things which happen. So yeah, it's true. How to behave if people are being mean to you. Calm or speak truth firmly. It depends who they are. If it's some big guy in Oakland, I wouldn't try and speak firmly. I'd try to get out of there as soon as possible. Apparently Oakland is the murder capital of the Bay Area. No! Richmond. Spirit Rock. Look, this is one of my stories. It was, we were doing an opening of my new centre in Perth one day, many years ago. And I was number 2 monk. I was given the job of ordering all the chairs, the marquee, and we managed to get the governor of the state to come to our opening. For a Buddhist, that was incredible. We managed to get him to come. So I was told by all of our supporters, even by our treasurer, don't worry about the bills. We'll find that anywhere. Ajahn Brahm, you order the very best chairs, marquee and everything else for our guests, for our big event. So I did the order, and when the truck came with all the chairs and the marquee, I was helping somebody else. I didn't see them unload. That was my mistake. And when they did unload, and I checked it, the truck had already gone. And when I checked, the marquee was filthy. But that's okay, we could hose it down. The chairs were all dirty too. We can wipe them down. We had about a dozen chairs for the VIPs, including the governor and his wife, and politicians and mayors and stuff like that. And absolutely true, not one of those chairs had legs the same length. They all wobbled. And that was it. I couldn't sort of stand that, so I got on the telephone and rang the company. And I managed to get the manager just before she closed the office and left on a Friday afternoon. And when I told her the problem, she said, okay, we'll fix it. What I didn't realise was all the workers, they'd left work for the weekend and gone down to the pub, the bar, a few drinks before they finished the weekend. And what had happened, the manager had come in, guys, go back to work, the Buddhists need their chairs changed. Now Australia is pretty much the same as maybe Texas. These men were not happy. They were really angry. And so when the truck came with the new chairs, the truck was maybe 100 meters, that was about 300 feet from the destination when one of the guys jumped out of the cab and came running towards me. Where's the bloke in charge? I want the man in charge. He was shouting with his fist clenched. So I went right up to him and said, I am the bloke in charge. And he put his fist right in front of my nose with big angry eyes. And he could smell the alcohol on his breath. In all my years as a monk, that's the most alcohol that I've ever taken in. And he had his fist, he was ready to flatten me. As a big guy. You know what I did? It's just natural because of my training. I just relaxed. It was peaceful. And I just looked him in the eye. No fear, no anger, no justification, just looked at him. And it was a wonderful moment because I knew I had 100% control over that guy. He couldn't move, he couldn't do anything because in a fight, you need foreplay. Somebody has to say, yeah, you, and then the fight starts. So, knowing that psychology, he just had his fist here, and I didn't do the next response. I was just peaceful, standing, and he couldn't move. And I had him there for about maybe a minute, just looking at me, and I realised he didn't know what to do next. And please excuse me, I enjoyed that power. And in the time it took the truck to park and one of the other guys to walk over, he put his hand over this man's shoulder, come on, let's unload the chairs. And I said, yes, I'll help you. And that was it. It was an amazing just situation of how actually to deal with violence. Because the fellow was so angry and was ready to really hit me. And he was, had alcohol, he wasn't really in command of his senses. But it's amazing when you give peace to someone who's violent, they can't do anything. You are invulnerable. So but please don't try that. But you can know what's possible. A lot of time, people actually being mean to you, be calm or speak truth firmly. If speaking has any purpose, if that can really help, then do it. A lot of time they're so angry, so mean, that they're not really listening to what you say, they just want to hurt you. So another way is get out your smartphone and video them. Or get someone else to video them when they're being mean to you. That's especially good if it's your partner. Because when they are calmed down and peaceful, then replay it to them. It's like mindfulness. Because at the time they're not really aware of what they're doing and how they're affecting you. So if you can somehow record it, and when they're in a good space, play it back to them so they see what they look like when they're being mean. It gives them a chance for reflection, and maybe that's enough for them to do something about their anger habit. Because a lot of time when we get angry, we don't know what we're doing. I ask people like that, if they've got a partner or a parent who's abusive, who gets drunk, or has some other addiction, they don't realize how they behave when they're drunk. So if you can somehow take a video of them, and when they're sober, when they're in a good space, show it to them. Say, darling, this is what you look like and how you behave when you're drunk. It's a way of practicing mindfulness that they can see themselves at a later time and reflect, is that the sort of person I want to be? They know it's a problem then. So that can actually be quite effective. And if they won't stop the drinking, then you can post it on YouTube. In any moment, if the karma we create may not show up until many, many, many lives later, and what's happened to us in a moment may be the result of cumulative past karmic action from hundreds of lives ago. It seems there's no point in labeling anything as good, bad, or trying to understand why the moment is the way it is, because overlapping karmic causes are so complex and obscure, we'll never truly know why something happens. It's true. You never know why something is happening, and anyway, that's wasting time. Instead of why this is happening to me, the question should be, what are you doing about it? Because it's the karma of the present is the most important in Buddhism. The karma from the past is called the ingredients you have to use to make your meal. And you don't always have the best ingredients. But it doesn't matter what ingredients you have, you can always make a delicious meal. That is my simile of the two people baking a cake. The first person baking a cake has old white flour, chemically enhanced. They have white diabetically enhanced sugar, cholesterol enhanced butter, and they have fruit which is so old it could be used in the guns of Marines, it's so hard. And they've got this old kitchen to cook it in. They've got the very worst ingredients. The second person has got the very best ingredients you could possibly have. Organically grown whole wheat, free-range wheat. I saw this sign, free-range carrots. What does that mean? They have got beautiful honey from Australia, delicious fresh fruit from California, and they've got canola oil or something. It's supposed to be, cholesterol free. And they've got this fantastic kitchen made by Google to cook in. You just have to press a button, it cooks itself. Sorry, use my rope. And the question is, which person bakes the most delicious cake? Because it's not always the person with the best ingredients. It's what you do with what you've got is more important than the ingredients. So sometimes, and actually more often than not, people with the worst ingredients make the most delicious cake. Because they put more effort, more love, more care into their cooking. And so that is the law of karma. Your karma from your past gives you the ingredients of right now. You know, you may be not the most beautiful, no, maybe not the smartest, maybe the not fittest person in the world. You may have this disability and that disability, but what are you doing with what you've got? And even if you've got some very poor ingredients, you can make an incredible cake out of that by realizing the karma of the present is more important than the karma of the past. So instead of saying, why is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? That is just too difficult to find out. But what is more important is, what are you doing with what you've got? There's always something you can do. With no matter what you have to deal with in life. And you know these incredible people, the Nelson Mandela's, 26 years in prison. What did he do with that? That was really bad ingredients. But he made that into this incredible, powerful person. You've got people with disabilities, people who born into poverty, people who've got these terrible illnesses, and they make incredible, powerful people out of themselves. I remember seeing this video, a motivational video of this guy. He's a US citizen who's got no legs and no arms. Have you seen that one? He picks himself up by the telephone. He's got nothing, but what an incredible person that is. No arms, no legs, but he's made a beautiful cake out of what he has got. Now that is the law of karma. So it's not what we've got, so don't complain about what you've got to work with in life. Get cooking. What words could you offer to a situation that involves greatly hurting and disappointing loved ones for the sake of following your heart and truth? For example, leaving your marriage not because it is bad but because it feels wrong and no one can understand or respect that this is something you must do. So if there's a thing like that, leaving the marriage or staying in the marriage, too many people, mostly women but men as well, they stay in the marriage for the sake of somebody else. They're sacrifices. But please remember that you count as well. That is why when I do a marriage blessing, to get it right from the very beginning, I look in the eyes, somebody mentioned this earlier, I look in the eyes of the wife, first of all, the bride, and say, now you're a married woman, you must never think of yourself from this time on. And she nods and smiles, yes. Look in the eye of the guy, from now on you're a married man, you must not think of yourself. This is anecdotal, but this is true. I've done many marriages. He always pauses before he agrees. True, you know. But he agrees, yeah, I'm not going to think of myself. And then still looking at the guy, I said, from this moment on, you're a married man, you must not think of her, your wife. And then look at her and say, from this moment on, you must not think of him, your husband. Now, many of you are quiet now because you haven't got a clue what this crazy monk is on about. And confusion gets people's attention. It's a great teaching trick. So the answer is, looking at both of them, we're really confused. I say, from this moment on, you must not think of yourself, and you must not think of your partner. From this moment on, you must only think of us. And they get it. Us. If you're only thinking of yourself, it's selfish. That's not a relationship. That's not a marriage. If you're always thinking of the other person, you get burnt out sooner or later. You're just giving, giving, giving. You're not in the marriage. It's about the other person. And the solution is, in a marriage, in any relationship, it's not about me or him or her. It's about us. That's what a marriage is all about. It's us. So you don't think of her. You don't think of him, you don't think of me. You only think of us. So if there's any problem, whose problem is it? Our problem. Not his problem, God, men. Not her problem, women. Not my problem, I'm hopeless. It's our problem. It's amazing how many solutions you can find when it's our problem, not his or my problem or her problem. So remember, whoever wrote this, you count too. The best thing if you can discuss it together, with your partner. It's our problem, I'm not happy. But if that's gone past that point, it's not my problem. Then, leaving your marriage will hurt. But it's like taking the tooth out. It hurts, but sometimes staying in hurts more. So you find out what you can do, because you count too. Here's one of my stories from the Dung Book. And I told this over in Sacramento in front of a bishop from the Anglican Church. And he got the wrong answer. But he understood what the answer was and said, wow, this is good. This is the story of the 7 monks meditating on loving kindness in a cave. It's based on a story of Talaputta Thera, a bhikkhu who was an arahat in the time of the Buddha, but has many differences, but it's based on the story. There were 7 monks meditating on loving kindness. May all beings, without exception, be happy and well. And in this cave, in the jungle, these were the 7 monks. Now listen carefully, because I'm going to ask you a question about this. The 7 monks were the head monk, his brother was number 2, the best friend, these were all monks, were number 3. The 4th monk was like the enemy. They never really got on together. Just like some monks don't get on with me, because I don't need bhikkhunis, but leave that alone. So they're still monks, we still respect each other. So but sometimes you get upset with people. So the 4th monk was the enemy. They had a personality clash. They saw things in a different way, but they were monks together anyway. So the 4th monk was the enemy. The 5th monk was a very old monk. He was so old that he could die any day. And the next monk was a very ill monk. And his disease, his sickness, was so advanced that no one knew who would die first, the old monk or the sick monk. They were both next to death. And the last monk was the useless monk. Whenever he tried to meditate, he'd fall fast asleep and start snoring. Whenever they did any chanting, it was always out of key, and he could never keep his robe on properly. Oops. And I say every monastery, whether it's for monks or nuns, always has one. The useless monk or the useless bhikkhuni. If you haven't got one yet, Ayati, you'll find one. So there they were, the 7 monks. And this band of thieves, this robber gang, found the cave in the jungle. And they thought, this is the place for us. When we do all our robbery and stealing, we can hide all the goods here until the heat goes down. We can also stay away here. The police will never find us in here. This is a perfect hideout for us. But these monks found it first. So the head of the thieves wanted to kill all the monks and take over the cave. But the head monk, it's amazing, head monks and head nuns, we're really good talkers. We can talk you into writing out these checks you can't afford. We can talk you into making these pledges. And this monk taught the head of the gang of thieves to let everybody go except one. Because the head of the gang of thieves, so I'll let you all go. Who knows, you may tell the police. But if I keep one of you guys and I kill you in front of everybody else, that shows how serious we are. That all the monks we set free, you will know. If you tell the police, we will find you, and this is what happens to you. And that was the best deal the head monk could make. One would have to be sacrificed so all the rest of the monks could go off for free. And it was the head monk's choice who would be chosen. Now, imagine you were the head monk. Who would you choose? Before you answer, I'll go through the list of monks again. The head monk his brother, his best friend, who would do anything for him, the enemy who he didn't like, caused a lot of strife for him, the old monk who could die any day, same with the sick monk, they were both next to death, or the useless monk who'd never done any good karma for anybody. So which, if you were the head monk, who would you choose?
Head monk.
If you think it was the head monk himself, please put your hand up. Have the courage of convictions. You were all wrong. That's what the bishop said. The bishop said he sacrificed himself. That is the wrong answer. Any other suggestions?
No one.
The useless monk?
His best friend.
Best friend, no.
No one.
You read the book. Yeah, that's the right answer. The right answer is he could not choose. His love, remember they're doing loving kindness, may all beings be happy and well, without any discrimination. His love towards his best friend was exactly the same, not an inch more, an inch less than his love towards his brother. Even the old monk and sick monk, even though about to die, he loved them no more than his best friend. What was the other one? The enemy, he loved him, and the useless monk as well. Most importantly, himself, no more, no less than anybody else. And when I told this to the bishop, I reminded him, Christian Bible, what Jesus Christ said, to love your neighbour as yourself. It didn't say love your neighbour more than yourself, not less than yourself, but to love yourself as your neighbour. So the love was so even. He told the head of the thieves, I can't choose. I love everybody, including myself, equally. And the problem is that most people, you're taught, conditioned to sacrifice yourself. You don't love yourself as much as others, and that's a big problem. That's one of the reasons why relationships fail. You sacrifice. You don't love and care for yourself enough. You don't love yourself more than your partner, not less than your partner. You're in it equally. And of course people ask, yeah, but what happened next? And this is why I say it's based on Talaputta story. Because when the head monk told the thieves he couldn't choose and explained why he couldn't choose, the head of the thieves was so impressed, as people are, that he not only just let all the monks go, but became a monk himself. And so did a few of the other thieves, and the rest of the thieves went back to the village and got proper jobs. Because wisdom actually inspires people. That's not just making it up. I can see why that would work. When you get really, really inspired, you think, wow, there is actually goodness and there's truth in this world. And then you want to find more of it. But the main point of telling that story is how many people in a land like United States always sacrifice themselves and the psychological damage that does. Please love yourself and care for yourself. No more, no less than anyone else. You count. And hopefully that would answer the question. How to behave if very frightened. I was living in Thailand, in the jungles. And in the jungles, many animals and insects think of you as their dinner. Tigers, bears and elephants. Now when I would tell the villagers about going off into the jungles to meditate, they would actually say, oh, we never heard of a monk being eaten by a tiger. And I replied to them, of course you wouldn't hear about it. The monk wouldn't live to tell the tale. So I didn't believe that. Tigers eat people. So when I was meditating in the jungle one night, just out in the jungle, no protection, really dark, I was used to the jungle by this time, so I knew that snakes wouldn't bother you if you didn't bother them. But the trouble was elephants and tigers. I was told if a baby elephant came up, you'd always hit it on the top of the trunk. If you didn't hit it, it would play with you. And if you, it would play with you, but then the mother would come up and get afraid. So you had to chase the baby elephants away. Otherwise, the mother would get too scared. Just give it a little knock on the trunk. That's sensitive. It would just go away. It wouldn't really hurt it, but you'd actually be saving your own life. But when it came to tigers, they'd always say, don't run. As long as you face a tiger, eye to eye, they won't attack you. That's what they said. So when I was there, meditating, it's really peaceful, very calm at night time. But then I heard this sound of an animal coming towards me, a jungle animal. Straight away, you've got your eyes closed. If you open your eyes, you can't see anyway, it's dark. So I just used my mindfulness and listened to the sound very carefully. Yeah, it was coming in my direction, but it didn't sound like a big animal, just a small animal. So no worries. So I went back to my meditation, watching my breath. And then it came closer, and the noise was louder. So I realized, I had experience of these animals. I thought it was what's called a civet cat. These little cats, quite harmless, just going through the jungle looking for something to eat. So again, not dangerous. So I just closed my eyes and carried on meditating, forgot about the sound, but then it came even closer. And you could tell by the way it was cracking the twigs. This was not a small animal, this was a big animal. And straight away I thought it was tiger. And I listened really carefully. And by the sound of the twigs being crushed in the forest as it came closer towards me, this was a big tiger. I was in trouble. So straight away I opened my eyes, I had a flashlight, and I used my flashlight, I searched for it, and I saw it. It was a tiny mouse about this big. And that's a true story. And it was fear. Fear had actually bent I really thought I was being mindful. But when fear and mindfulness come together, it exaggerates things. And it does make a little mouse sound. I was mindful, I was listening very carefully. That sounded like a tiger. Because fear had amplified the sound. From that time on, I always worry about whenever you're afraid, you are not really being truly mindful. What's coming into your ears and eyes and senses is being exaggerated, mostly out of all proportion. So that's the first thing to know. When you're frightened, you're not seeing things truthfully. You're exaggerating things. And number two, when you're frightened, you've got a choice. If there's something to do, then do it. If there's nothing to do, you can't do anything, so what you be afraid of? This is one of the things which the Dalai Lama said. Worry. If you worry about something, is it going to help at all? Is it going to do anything? If worry is going to help you, then worry. And if you can't do anything, what's the point of worrying? Just let it happen. So this is one of the things with fear. When we exaggerate and we go off into the future with fear, exaggerating. I learned when I was a kid, because I was having to go to the dentist when I was about 6, 7 years of age. And in those days, this was in still the late 50s. Dentists in those days, the drills, they just actually used the hand drills. Well, it's actually mixed better than that, but not that much better. Old machines. And any injections, these needles they'd use over and over and over again. They were blunt by the time they got to you. And these days, dentists, they don't hurt at all. Not compared to the old days. And going to the dentist, you were right to be scared. It was like just going to Guantanamo Bay. Like torture chamber, all these machines and stuff, and the drills made all this grinding noise. It was scary, especially for a kid. So when my mum told me, tomorrow you have to go to the dentist, you don't have to go to school, I was terrified. And I told my mum, I'm not going to the dentist. She said, you have to, but I don't want to, but you must. And I threw a tantrum, started crying. And I was scared all night, never slept well. And I started thinking in the morning, how can I get out of this? And I tried using what I knew of psychology. When I woke up, I told my mum, you don't love me. Because if you love me, you wouldn't be sending me to be tortured. And my mum said, I do love you, darling, but why are you sending me to the dentist? Because I love you. I don't believe it. And so she literally dragged me to the dentist, kicking and screaming. I was so upset and so afraid. And when we got to the dentist's surgery, it's only then that I found out my appointment was cancelled because the dentist was sick. They didn't have SMSs in those days. But I learned a lesson there. All that worry, all that fear, and it never happened. So this, from these days on, you don't get frightened until it actually happens. And by then it's too late. So you don't worry about things. So that's how I deal with fear. Fear itself is a problem, not what you're afraid of. Anyway, keep on going. Look, they say the scariest thing in life is giving public talks. I do that all the time. I'm not afraid of that. You know how I overcame fear of public talks? By deciding to have a good time. I'm going to enjoy myself. I don't care whether you like it or not. I'm going to enjoy it. And when you enjoy yourself, you can't be afraid. Because joy and fear can't coexist. So if you go to the dentist, enjoy it, have fun. Exactly. They're really comfortable chairs. That's the most comfortable chair I've ever... you can recline this way and that way. Oh, it's really, really soft. I would really like to get one of those to meditate on. Dentist chairs, oh, it's just so nice. And for those of you, sometimes you ask the question in meditation, I've got lots of saliva, what should I do? Those dentist things. On a retreat, if you have trouble with saliva, get one of those things. So you don't have any trouble with saliva when you're meditating. So you have fun with a dentist and have a good time. Anyway, a recent poll said college students are 40% less empathetic than older generations. Will you consider speaking at campuses? No, I don't care about college students. I've got no empathy for those people. No, come on, give me a break. You can't speak everywhere. People ask me to speak at these colleges, Lawrence Livermore College, because they've got a great supercomputer there. I want to speak everywhere at Congress. Crikey, I would never have any sleep at night, not even during the daytime. So, you go and speak at campuses. You know all the jokes. Teach them how to have empathy. No, it's just too much. Can you speak regarding dealing with aversion? No, I don't like talking about aversion. No, just, if you really have to, then just do it. But if you don't have to, then if you can get out of it, get out of it. But you know what you're averse to anyway. Some people are averse and get upset at going to work. They're averse to their boss, averse to the stress. But think about it. Why do they pay you? Your salary is a bribe to make you do something you'd rather not do. If you really enjoyed your work, don't tell your boss. Otherwise, he could reduce your salary and you still go. So you only do this, your work, because you're being paid for it. That's a bribe to make you do something you don't rather not do. So that's one of the reasons why, aversion is part of life. Sometimes you have to do it. So whatever you are averse to or afraid to, make fun with it. You've got to do it anyway. So make fun about it. Go and have a wonderful time at work. And by having a wonderful time, do things differently. Not always the same. Make fun. Make joy in whatever you do. That's why you go to work wearing strange clothes. Guys, go and wear a skirt to work. That will really stir people up. Girls, wear a red nose. Shave your hair when you go to work. And you say, what have you got a bald head for? I've just been on this meditation retreat. That really stir them up. Make a bit of fun and games with whatever you do. And when you create happiness, just like that guy Patch Adams, he became lovable. And everybody got so inspired going to work, not knowing what this doctor was going to do next. And the therapeutic value of having a bit of fun and games was enormous. Now, when I was at Cambridge Theoretical Physics, I was taught to play around, whether it was with the equations, doing experimental work, play around with the machinery, with the devices, play. Because they always told me that when you play, you bust many machines, but out of 100 times you play around and get nowhere, one time you make the discovery which gives the Nobel Prize. Through playing around. So that playfulness is so important in life. You play around, you make so many mistakes, but the one invention, the one new way of doing things you discover creates a huge amount of wealth for the company you work for and for yourself. And in meditation, playing around, trying it different ways, will make happiness and progress. For example, about playing around with meditation. I already mentioned the zombie meditation. When you do walking meditation, many of you, have you done walking meditation before? You basically know what I'm talking about. What do you normally do? You start in one end, I don't know where you put your hands, you walk from one end to the other, turn around, walk back again. After a while that gets quite boring. So in Australia, I said Buddhism has to adapt to the local culture. So, we have American Buddhism, now we have Australian Buddhism. We have Australian walking meditation. So you start at one end, your feet together, your hands like this, and you hop to the other end. It's kangaroo walking meditation. You turn around and you hop back. And everybody who does that, Sloth and Torpor goes, they laugh, and everyone who sees them laughs, and they get this big boost of energy and happiness, and the meditation takes off. Kangaroo walking meditation. I don't know, what can you do over here? What's your local animal over here? Skunk meditation? I don't know. Bear. How does a bear walk? Cougar. How does a cougar walk? So on all fours, right hand, left hand, lifting the right hand. Because doing it slightly differently creates energy, awareness, fun, and your meditation takes off. Don't do it in the same old boring way. Could you choose a book of yours for me? That's beginners. I can choose one of your books for me, your checkbook. So you must, I signed your books, you must sign your book before you give it to me. Humour, ego, humour. Ego, she, go, we must all go. Yet sometimes, please don't confuse confidence with ego. Because I'm a very confident monk. But sometimes when I disappear from here, I disappear. You don't know I've been. Dear Ajahn Brahm, if another person suffers from neurosis and defilements, and your behaviour of loving yourself hurts them due to their attachment, clinging, controlling, isn't their pain the issue to work through? How do you decide to break from their control of you, even if no violence abuse is involved, when they call you selfish for doing so? But sometimes you have to make your decision no matter what other people say. Because if you always listen to other people, this is one of the other faults of people in places like the US, Europe, Australia, is we're so in control of what other people, we're so controlled by what other people think of us and say about us. So much so we spend all our lives trying to please somebody else, trying to get praise, trying to be liked, instead of just trying to be ourselves. So sometimes I ask myself, am I doing this to please other people? And I do this because I have fun. And if you all walk out, fine, I just go back and have a rest. I don't care. So I make sure I don't care what other people think of me. Which is why I dress like this. Honestly, when I first went to Perth 32 years ago, this she's about 11, 12-year-olds, came up to me. She put her hands on her hips like this and said to me, looked me up and down with utter disgust, and said to me, "You are dressed like a girl. That's sick." She tried to really upset me. And I just thought it was so funny. I burst out laughing. And that really upset her even more. Because I don't worry what other people think of me. Now, even ordaining bhikkhunis, I don't care what other people think of me, because you know yourself what you're doing. So it doesn't matter what other people say. This is how I was taught by Ajahn Chah. In Thailand, the worst thing they could call you is a dog. And he told me, if anyone calls you a dog, don't get angry at them. If someone calls you a dog, look at your bottom to see if you have a tail. If you haven't a tail, you're not a dog, no more problem. So if anyone calls you're sick, you're a pervert, you're selfish, have a look to see if you deserve that word. If you do deserve it, say thank you for pointing that out. Most of the time you won't deserve it at all, so it's not a problem. No matter what people say at you, if they call you a dog, see if you've got a tail. No tail, no problem. So you don't just believe what other people say. You know when someone calls you an idiot, why you get upset? Because you think they may be right. If you were absolutely perfectly confident they were wrong, would you get upset? It's only when you think they are right that people's comments about you have any traction. When you really are confident, you know who you are, why you do things, then people make those comments, it's like water on a lotus leaf. I always like the simile in Buddhism of a lotus leaf. You can urinate on a lotus leaf, and when the urine all drips off, it leaves no smell. You can pour the most expensive perfume on the lotus leaf. That all drops off and also leaves no residue. A wise person is like a lotus leaf. Praise and blame, other people's comments, they just go off you like a lotus leaf, leaving no residue. That's a very beautiful simile. Praise, blame. What other people say about you, they don't know who you are, what you do things. You could be a fraud. I'm the only one who knows I'm a fraud. I could be really wise. I'm the only one who knows that. You can't know that. So what do you say? Like, piss off a lotus leaf. Like Chanel number 5 off a lotus leaf. Either way, leaves no residue. That's how to behave. Do you want to do some meditation or some more questions? Okay, very good. So, okay, let's just have just a quick 10-minute break. If you really need to go to the toilet, go. If you don't, just stand up and do some exercises just to relax.
What do you do on Google?
I don't know.
Is it an inner or an
Yeah, go and give a talk there.
top?
It's in the place.
That ought to be interesting.
Yeah. I don't ever know what I'm doing until I do it.
I think they do filming and they put them on
Yeah, I think they put them on
YouTube or
Google.
Google. Yeah, I suppose, huh?
They're on YouTube.
On YouTube, okay.
Yeah.
So you see me on YouTube.
So it's just a in-house sort of thing. It's just a Google.
Yeah.
Are you going to talk about YouTube with them since they own YouTube?
They go on YouTube? Okay.
Since you're so popular.
Yeah, they should do. No, I'll get advertising. Very good.
Still recording right now.
Very good. Okay. So, those of you who have just stretched a little bit, time to sit down. That didn't really work, did it? Okay, still people are... You need to go to the toilet, please be fast. You can share a cubicle. Why does it have to be private? Stream can go from both directions. Okay, so when you're ready, please sit down. What time do I have to finish? Tomorrow. 9, 5, 6, 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
5 a.m. Okay. Okay, we'll do half an hour, and then it gives a chance for a couple of more questions before we finish off. You don't sit cross-legged. You can put your feet out if you want to. In most meditation centers, the best seats are next to the wall, so you can lean back and put your feet out. Those are the ones which usually get taken up first of all. Okay, so here we go. Meditation or bust. Last chance for enlightenment. No, it's not. Here we go, 4:13. So, So close your eyes. And be aware of your body. Everything I've ever taught you, just forget about. It's just a bunch of Gomayang. The future is also Gomayang. The only real truth is right now. So just be here. Now minutes past now, on the 9th day of the 9th month, 2000 and now. That's the time. And we're located in here retreat center, in here county, in the state of here, in the Federation of United States of here. Planet here. Universe here. And just let everything settle down. Don't try and make this moment peaceful. Let it become peaceful. You can hear the sound of the car. Just let that come in to your heart. You can feel your body, probably tired after a long day. Don't try and get rid of that tiredness. Opening the door of your heart to this experience, no matter what it is. So what are you experiencing right now? Please give this importance. Whatever it is, without judging good or bad, it should be this, it should be something else. Give this moment importance. Care for it. And you'll find you are letting things be. You may go through sloth and torpor, but that's fine, that is part of the path. Just be peaceful. Let the mind become still by just being a silent observer, a passenger, not a driver of your meditation. Look at your mind like a friend. Don't look at your mind like a slave you can order around. So no controlling, just being aware and being kind. Imagine that you are the Buddha meditating. The Buddha is so compassionate, so kind, so friendly. We just let the mind be. When you don't want anything, the waves on the lake get less and less. When you don't do anything, the energy starts to go into awareness, into the knowing, rather than the doing. Be patient, and the mind wakes up. things become still. They vanish. If you have thoughts, imagine the thoughts are in front of you, maybe 2 feet in front, and you are 2 feet behind, just watching them. When you don't go inside the thoughts, it's like putting my hand at the end of the arm. I get perspective. I don't get involved, sucked into the thoughts. Then I can just let them go. Like imagine your mind resting on a pillow. No pressure, no asking it to do something. Just resting. And feel all the stress of having to solve problems, having to do things, having to change things, all the business of your mental world being put aside for a few minutes. Not trying to improve yourself. Take it from me, you are good enough already. More than good enough. So just be and celebrate just being. So how are you feeling? How has your mind calmed down? The waves on the surface of your lake, are they peaceful now? Remember, this is good enough. This moment is all you have. Please open the door of your heart and love this moment. The treasure is right where you are now. Let the arrow of wanting go. So to end the meditation, please take in a deep in-breath, and on the out-breath, open your eyes. And smile. Very good. And there we go. Okay, I'll try to answer a couple of these questions from the middle, just in case. Oh good, a question on meditation. I meditate in a very comfortable couch. After a few hours, although I was not asleep, I feel as if I slept for this time without jhana or nimitta. Being too comfortable bad for meditation? No, it's not. How can you shut up Eddie for talking too much? Lots of love. Who's Eddie? Anyway, don't try and shut up Eddie for talking too much. That's the nature of Eddie, whoever that poor person is. Sorry? Oh, that Eddie in Perth. That's his nature. You love these people. I didn't realise he's that famous. But if you are meditating on a couch and you go into a dull state, it means you needed that dull state. It means you were tired. So if you've got sloth and torpor, it's a good thing, as I said. In the sutras, I told a story yesterday, the Buddha was going with Ananda through the forest. He saw a monk sitting in perfect posture, full lotus, right hand over the left hand, thumb slightly touching, back straight, chin in, so still. And the Buddha turned to his attendant Ananda and said, I'm worried about that monk. 2 weeks later that monk had disrobed. He was a control freak. Same sutra, the Buddha went deep into the forest, and there he saw another monk who was nodding with sloth and torpor. And the Buddha smiled to his attendant Ananda. I'm not worried about him. And 2 weeks later that monk was fully enlightened with all the psychic powers. So if that's you nodding, just give it 2 more weeks. Because the second monk was letting go. Yeah, he was sleepy, but the sleepiness would soon disappear. Ajahn Brahm, sleep. Why is sleep deprivation in monastic life wholesome and being kind to the body? It's not. It's a big mistake. What suggestions do you have for calming my restless mind that wakes me from sleep? is actually doing a resolution before you go to sleep. So you tuck yourself into your bed, make yourself comfortable. When you're still awake, before you fall asleep, tell yourself, I will have a peaceful sleep, I will have a peaceful sleep, I will have a peaceful sleep. Or make any suggestion you want in the sleep. Now may I wake up with a calm mind, may I wake up with a calm mind, may I wake up with a calm mind. You'll be quite surprised, those suggestions you put into your mind after you've tucked yourself into bed, when you relax before you go to sleep, have a huge impact on your sleep. If somebody has nightmares, you say, may I have peaceful dreams, may I have peaceful dreams, may I have peaceful dreams. And you say that to yourself very simply, in your own words, pay full attention. After you've said that, just relax, let it go, forget about it and go asleep. Because you'll find that does have a huge impact. Auto-suggestion, hypnosis, conditioning. But you make use of that, and it solves these sorts of problems. But sleep deprivation in monastic life, I don't do that anymore. That was a big mistake. You sleep how much you need to sleep. Not too much, not too little. You find your own middle way. And there are times of your life you need a lot of sleep. You know, I listen to my body. A lot of times I ask my body, body, how are you? Do you need to sleep? And there are sometimes it's weird. Sometimes I've had a nice good night's sleep and I'm busy in the morning or meditating, and I ask my body, and my body tells me, go to bed, take a nap. And I can't figure out why it's telling me that, but I follow that advice. I take a nap, and usually, if my body's telling me that, I hit the pillow and I go into a deep sleep pretty quickly, and I wake up maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, really refreshed. And I figured this out. This is like some sickness, some illness about to hit me, a cold, a flu or something. And my body knows, and it tells me, take a rest. And that way I don't have sicknesses. It's been a long time since I've been ill. Other monks get flus and stuff, but I don't tend to get them. Because I listen to my body and I heed its advice. And I can do that any time, the morning, the afternoon, night time. I feel I need a rest. I'll take it. Only for a short time. And afterwards you feel so good. So sleep deprivation, having some idea of how many hours you are supposed to sleep, is absolutely stupid. You ask your body, how much do you need to sleep, body? And your body gives that answer. Sometimes it's a little amount, sometimes it's a lot. But your body knows much better than you. Dear Ajahn Brahm, we can't disrobe after marriage. Shouldn't lay people wait to get married after they are more free from defilements, or find a partner where there is true and reciprocal unconditional love? You know, this is like life. You know, when you're really young, you find someone who you think you like, you know, you get committed to them, you make mistakes, you've got to learn. And I tell young people, you can't really find love until you've broken your heart a couple of times. You know, until you've actually felt what love is really like. But you do that in life. And yeah, you find this partner, that partner. After a while, if you become a monk or a nun, you love everybody. Which is the best. But you have to give it a try. And look, doesn't matter how many times you've been hurt, never put your heart in a concrete bunker. Yes, you don't get hurt anymore, but you don't have any feeling at all. So just give love a chance. If it works, fine. If it don't work, you learnt a lot. Is truckload of dung karma you deserve, or other person delivering bad karma? You don't know why. You know, in that story, the truckload of dung, you know, you go back home after this wonderful afternoon and you find a big truckload of shit in front of your house. You didn't order it. You don't know why it's there. But there it is. So this is the point of that simile. You try to figure out who delivered it, why it came to you, why me. That is wasting time. Just instead of complaining, get out the wheelbarrow, the shovel, the spade, go and take it to the back of your garden and dig it in. Blaming others is wasting time. Get digging. I have a difficult time distinguishing letting things go with letting myself off the hook. Where letting myself off the hook may not be the responsible, wise choice during times of difficulty. Can you speak to this? Please let yourself off the hook. Be irresponsible. if you want to have fun. We are so damn responsible. We're responsible for our partner, for our kids. We're responsible for the government, for the climate. We're responsible for everything. No wonder you guys are stressed out. Yeah, it's good to be responsible some time of the day. But it's also good to be irresponsible a lot of the day. Irresponsibility rocks. It's true, isn't it? Tell us about the difference in a mindfulness practice in Western Australia versus the USA. So, more fun in Australia. Have you ever seen these people? Don't laugh, be mindful. Stop smiling, you're not mindful. And mindfulness becomes this other control mechanism. I've got to be mindful. And you're paranoid about not being mindful. Mindfulness becomes forced, contrived, unnatural. Mindfulness is a natural state when you relax. So where does mindfulness come from? You can't make mindfulness. Let go of the past and future, you're kind, you're happy, then you're aware, you're here. Why are people find it so difficult to be here? Why is your mind always trying to escape from you? This is another one of my lovely stories. I always get into these, sorry I can't answer questions, but this is a good story. You have a free afternoon and you receive a call on your phone. And it's one of your friends. They say, are you free this afternoon? You say, yep. Say, come for a cup of coffee. I know you like your coffee in your shop, but I like Starbucks. And I like a latte. I know you say it's bad for your health, but I like latte, and you're going to have a latte too. And you're not going to have one of those really unhealthy chocolate muffins. You're going to have a biscuit, which is what I like. Low calorie, gluten free. And we're going to sit in the back, not in the front where you like to sit, and we're going to talk about politics. I know you like your Buddhism stuff, but I like talking about politics. We're going to sit there for 2 hours, okay? I'll see you there in half an hour. Now, if someone does something like that to you, they tell you what coffee shop you're going to go to, what you're going to drink, what you're going to eat, where you're going to sit, and what you're going to talk about. Would you like to go to have a cup of coffee with someone like that? Straight away you find any excuse. You say, oh, I just remembered I've got to go to the dentist. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. And you hang up. 1 minute later, another friend calls and say, hi, are you free this afternoon? You say, oh, I've got to go to the dentist. I just made an appointment. Oh, that's really a shame because I know this coffee shop you keep talking about, in the back of San Francisco somewhere. And you're saying just, the beautiful short blacks, whatever it's called, are really to kill, die for. And you always love these gluten-free biscuits. You say, I want to try this as well because, I'm a bit overweight. I'd like to lose weight and be healthy. And you've always been talking about this Buddhism, this Dhamma stuff. I'm actually interested. Can I go to your coffee shop, drink the coffee you like and the biscuits you like, sit where you like and talk about what you like? And you'd say, okay, I'm cancelling the dentist appointment. I'm coming. And you may only have 1 hour, but you end up spending all afternoon there because a friend is not controlling you, is being kind to you. Now, that simile is how many people meditate. Mind, you're going to watch your breath. Not what you like to do, what I want you to do. And you're going to sit here for 1 hour, not 45 minutes, not an hour and a half, 1 hour, because that's all the time I'm going to got. And you're going to be mindful, okay? You've been such a control freak of your mind. As soon as your mind sees you coming, it goes off into some fantasy, some dream, some plan of the past. It's trying to escape from you. Why? Because you're a control freak and you're giving it such a hard time, it's scared of you. But imagine when you meditate, you tell your mind, what do you want to do? What do you want to be aware of? How long do you want to meditate for, mind? And whatever your mind says, fine. Then you have this wonderful relationship with your mind. You're its friend, not its master or mistress. As I said in the meditation, never treat your mind like a slave, or your breath like a maid. Breathe in slow, breathe in fast, breathe it this way, not that way. And when you're a friend to your mind, then your mind likes to hang out with you. That's my mind. I've been so kind to it that when it sees me coming, Ajahn Brahm, great, we're going to hang out together. How long have you got? I've only got half an hour. An hour, 2 hours go past, having a great time chilling out together, because you and your mind are best of friends. That is the solution to restlessness. Sometimes I ask myself, why does my mind run away all the time? Because it was scared of me. When I became a friend to my own mind, my mind knows me so well, we like each other, so we hang out together. And that's the end of restlessness. Well, here we go. During the summer I started developing sleep issues. While this was happening, a long-term relationship I was in deteriorated in a toxic way. And a lot of times that could have been because of your sleep issue. You know, you were tired. When you're tired, we get grumpy, we say the wrong things. It's only tiredness. The relationship ended within a week of the sudden death of my father. He was my last surviving parent. I've had panic attacks since then. I've heard the advice to locate the physical sensation and meditate on it. I've been too frightened to do it. When I get these attacks, I will wake up in the night confused and scared. Or they will happen as I relax in meditation. The sensations will feel so overwhelming I can't sit still and get terrified of facing the sensations. Okay, you got to that stage of terror with the sensations. It'd be great if you'd have got some answers earlier on. But, you know, those sensations, you know, it's the vicious cycle. Because you've got a lot of fear, it means you can't rest. Because you've got rest, you've got no sort of tolerance. It's just a very difficult thing. So, number one, you know, sit in places of absolute safety. You know, places in your own home, in your own bedroom, not in sort of places where other people can see you. Get yourself all sort of safe and calm and peaceful. Maybe listen to some music before you relax, some beautiful music which you really enjoy. And when you feel the whole body is relaxed a little bit, take a bath or something, go in a spa if you've got one. Relax the whole body. Pamper yourself. Your poor old body has been through difficult times, so really look after it, pamper it. And then see if you can meditate a little bit. But I always say, just I'm going so far, if the fear comes up, I'll go out again. Because with fear, you just go into it a little bit, but have your escape way. So if it goes a bit too far, you can come out quickly. And go a little bit deeper next time, a little bit deeper next time. Do it slowly and gently with a lot of compassion. Don't get guilty about yourself. Be kind, compassionate to yourself. It's okay being afraid. It's not against the precepts. We all go through this stuff sooner or later. And after a while, when you take away this personal idea of being a failure, not being able to do things, you go into the fear a little bit more each time, and soon you get right into it and through it and out the other side, and you're free of it. Be slow, be gentle, be patient with it. And then it just disappears. You say, middle road. Kids should get middle grades at school. Other YouTube videos you say meditation will result in high grades. Oh, this is a joke, I say, because kids in the United States have so much pressure on them from their parents, especially if their parents are professionals, even more so if they are Asian, you know, the Asian tiger mum business, eating their kids. And they all want their kids to come in the top 5-10%. So especially those Asian parents, the control freak parents, I was teaching them, because many of the Asians are Buddhist. I said to these Asian parents, if your child comes in the top 5% at school, or the bottom 5%, you are not good Buddhists. And these are people who think they're really good Buddhists, and they think, what are you talking about? Shouldn't my kid come in the top 5%? I said, no, because in Buddhism we believe in the middle way. So if your kid comes in the middle somewhere, they're the best. So what I'm trying to teach them is emotional intelligence, rather than valuing just the intelligence which is measured in school. And quite frankly, if your kid is happy, well integrated, at peace with themselves, having fun, smiling, laughing, they're going to do better in life than they're stressed to the eyeballs, never having any social life, studying and getting the high grades. They're going to explode sooner or later. So half of your children are going to be below average intelligence. People think, not my child. It has to be someone's child. Half of all children have to be below average intelligence. That's what average means. But no, not my kid. No, not mine. It might be your kid. It's natural. Stop trying to make them something they're not. And you think, but what career can they do when they're below average intelligence? A monk. A nun. Anyway, so that's, how do you know if you should become a monk or monkess? And the answer is, anyone who asks a question like this wants to become a monk. Whoever asks this question, you have told me that you want to be a monk or a nun. That's why you asked the question. I've nailed you. Your YouTube talks often address infidelity, but what about when you date someone who says they have no spouse and you are both in love and the partner disappears to the undeclared spouse in another country and you never hear a word of explanation? See, you believed them. Your wishful thinking has actually hidden the truth from you. If you really look carefully, a lot of times you know if a person's got a spouse or not. But sometimes, the desire, the need for love is so strong that we won't see the truth. Many times your friends warn you. That guy, that girl, they've got other partners, they've got a bad reputation. But sometimes we believe our wishful thinking so much that we actually hide the truth from ourselves. A lot of time we know there's a problem there, but we no. We refuse to see it because of hope. So sometimes, it's good to actually ask your friends, what do you think of that guy? What do you think of that girl? A lot of times they can see it when you can't. That's even myself. I, make sure that I don't get too proud, too arrogant by asking my other monks I live with. Because they can see me if I go off, but I can't see myself going off. Because when you get famous, you sit up here and you go on YouTube and thousands of people listen to you and say how great you are, and you go and have breakfast with presidents and prime ministers and stuff like that. It's very easy for you to lose your sense of, being just an ordinary person. So my defense is the monks I live with. If I get over the top, they will kick my ass. And I will thank them for that. So I always listen to them, because there's some things which I know I will never see, but my friends can see. I'm never that arrogant to refuse to acknowledge the wisdom of the people I live with. So with you as well, in relationships, your friends, your relations, listen to them. And then you don't get in that situation of being sort of taken for a ride. I'll read another couple of questions. There are few people at work who are suffering because of lack of EQ, emotional intelligence. How can I introduce them to Dhamma without them having fear of conversion to Buddhism? Look, those two of those books which I've written, The Opening the Door of Your Heart and the new one, Don't Worry, Be Grumpy, there's very little religion in those, to the point that those books were bestsellers. The first one, Open the Door of Your Heart, in Indonesia, where many Muslims and Christians read those books. When I say number one bestseller, somebody took a photograph of the major bookstore chain in Indonesia, Gramedia, and as like in many bookshops like Barnes and Noble or whatever, they have the 10 bestsellers in a row in the front of the bookshop Mine was number 1. Number 2 was Harry Potter. I beat Harry Potter. And I'm very proud of that. And the Muslims were buying the books, which is brilliant. And the Christians were buying the books. And the reason was, it was because there was nothing overly religious in it. That there was even this guy from South Australia gave me a call. He said, I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm going around converting people. Can I use the stories in your books? Because of course. So that's why they're just, books like that are not converting people to being Buddhist. They're converting people to be good, wise, kind people. And that's why they're very powerful. So you can, books like that. Okay, it comes from a Buddhist monk. But I'm not trying to make you a Buddhist. Well, it's not, apparently, subversively yet, but not. Can I do one more question? What is the shortcut to enlightenment? Shortcut. There can't be a shortest cut than this. This shortcut is the path to enlightenment. Being a monk or a nun. Shaving your hair is a shortcut. I was born and brought up in Asia. I'm working in the US now, and my parents are back home. I like it here in the US, but sometimes I feel guilty that I'm not with my parents and help them in old age. My parents don't want to come here to the US. What should I do? It's Asian culture, but it's also my British culture was to look after your parents. And it's American culture as well. Many of you really love your parents so much. If they need you, you will go and help them. It's not Asian, but it's US as well to look after your parents, and many of you. So if that's the case, you like it here, your parents are in Asia, you want to look after them. Remember, one of the best ways of looking after them is to make them happy. And one of the reasons they're happy is their son, their daughter is a good daughter, good son, having a successful life. Because when I went off to Thailand to become a monk, I asked my mother, my father had died, can I have permission to become a monk? And she said yes. And I said, are you okay with me becoming a monk? She said, look, I'm very happy that you're a monk and finding your own happiness. The only thing I don't like is you're going so far away to become a monk. She said, if you could become a monk next door, that would be the best. And that's what mothers, they like to see you, they like to touch you, but that they mostly they want you to be happy. So your best gift to your parents is your happiness and your success. And then you make your mother and your father really, really happy. So you can always go and visit them, get on Skype, they can see you. Every now and again, go and say hello. If it's Asia, Chinese New Year, you should be with your parents on Chinese New Year, not here. So that's one of the best things. And lastly, people say Asians or whatever. We are all Asians. I am Caucasian. The other ones are other Asians. And we're all mixed up these days. I recently completed my first 10-day Goenka Vipassana retreat and experienced extremely lucid, vivid dreaming during sleep. Was this due to noble silence, no media influence, monastic eating schedule, lots of meditation, or all some of the above? Do monks tend to dream vividly? If so, does this dreaming continue over the years, decades? No, just vivid dreams. It's a total waste of time. Because when you're asleep, you want to be quiet and peaceful, not be so disturbed. So a lot of time it may be because I think probably you're putting too much effort in and you were giving too much energy to the mind. So when it was time to sleep, you couldn't really let go and really be still. That's my theory. Might be wrong. Can I keep going on for another couple minutes? There's only a few questions left. Questions. Suggestions to keep calm, positive, peaceful in a toxic, anxious, ridding living environment. I'm back at home with the parents. I've got chronic pain issues and limited finances. In a toxic, anxious, ridden living environment. Oh, thank you. Is that the other part of the question? It's in green. Okay. Toxic, anxious, ridden living environment. Look, if you can't change the people, change your attitude. Because that's something you can always do. Look, there was a story. This Asian girl married an Australian guy, and they loved each other, wonderful relationship, but her mother-in-law, the Australian mother, did not like the Asian daughter-in-law. And no matter what she did, she was never good enough for her mother-in-law. So what did she do? She tried to meditate and be peaceful. Didn't work. Loving kindness didn't work. Went into the temple to pray. Didn't work. But when she was at the temple, she was a Mahayana practitioner. When she was at the temple, she was so stressed out, she fell asleep. This is a true story. And she had a vision of the goddess of mercy, Kuan Yin. You know the Kuan Yin? But it was a different Kuan Yin, because in her dream, the vision of Kuan Yin was the ordinary statue, but had her mother-in-law's face. And from that time on, whenever she saw her mother-in-law, she envisioned she was an emanation of the goddess of mercy, Kuan Yin. And that changed her whole attitude to her mother-in-law. She respected her mother-in-law, thought of her as a goddess of mercy and compassion. And in a week or two, the whole attitude, because she saw her mother in a different light, then her mother saw her in a different light. And they had this brilliant, beautiful relationship. So that's one way of actually changing toxic relationships. Look at your father, if it's the father, the Buddha's image with your father's face. See if you can imagine that. See Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, with your mother's face. And then you look at people in a different way and you change the toxic environment. What is happening here is you're looking at the part of your parents which is beautiful and good. You're not looking at the negative side. 2 bad bricks in a wall, you're not looking at the bad bricks in your parents, you're looking at their good qualities. Because what you see in others is what they show you back. That's how I go to prisons. I don't see the murderer, I don't see the thief, I see the other part of the person in jail. The beautiful part. There's always a beautiful part there somewhere. When I see it, the person in jail sees it. And they realise they're not a criminal, they're not a bad person. They're a person who's done a bad thing. When they see the other part of it, they are healed. One of the prisoners was telling me, one of the guys who went to my classes, he was going around saying, in prison, going, it's only 2 bad bricks. It's only 2 bad bricks. I'm not a murderer. And that just changed his whole life. He had got his self-esteem back. Is there anything as being too relaxed and thus no motivation or stagnation? No. You can never be too relaxed in the United States. I've never seen anyone here who's too relaxed. So I haven't been to Hawaii. People are relaxed there. Yeah, good on them. But we've lost the art of relaxation. Look, I was in temple yesterday with some monks from Laos or from northeast Thailand. And I love that early years in northeast Thailand because it came to when it's a rainy season, they work so hard from first light until you couldn't see anymore, preparing their fields for the rice crop. And for about 4 months they worked just like dogs, just so hard. Don't know say why they work like dogs, because dogs don't do any work. But yeah, they work really, really hard. And when it came to the hot season, there was nothing to do, it was dry. You go into their village and they would be all day just lying on these benches under their houses in the cool. And I go and say, how are you? And they'd have this beautiful Laotian term, Yusasur, which means just being. What are you doing? Just being. And they didn't feel any guilt about just lazing around all day long. As a Westerner, you feel guilty about living like that. Because in the Christianity, I was taught the devil makes work for idle hands. Do something. And I've had idle hands for years. So you could spend time in monasteries just relaxing, not doing anything. Why do you have to do something? Because you've got to improve yourselves. What do you mean, improve yourself? Who says I'm not good enough already? If I'm not good enough, that's your problem, not mine. I'm happy. So stop improving yourselves. Love yourself as you are instead, and learn how to relax. So that's what I say. People are not limited. What's the line between stillness and stagnation? Amazing, stillness is not stagnant. Stillness grows. Stillness is alive. Because when you get still, it grows and gets incredible energy and more oomph. You go deeper inside with stillness. Things vanish. Stillness is incredibly powerful. The most blissful experiences of your life come from stillness, not from doing things. So after a while, stillness, wow, it's not stagnant at all. It does stuff. Wow. Number 1, Ajahn Brahm questions. Now, meaning of life. How do you find out what you really want? Does any of this matter? I feel so lost. Great, another loser. Look, the meaning of life is learning how to reach that 5th stage of that story about the people in the wishing game. To be so content, you don't need anything more. That's the meaning of life. To learn contentment. And to find contentment, actually the person who's your partner is more than good enough to be content with. You want to change them, trying to get something better. You'll spend your whole life trying to find someone better. You don't realise the one you're with is good enough. Always shooting the arrow of craving, trying to get richer, trying to get the promotion. That's the most stupid thing in the world. Haven't you got enough stress already? And you want to be promoted? Yeah, I want to be promoted to get more money. Look, you haven't got enough money now. When you get promoted, it still won't be enough money. This never is enough. So it's much better to have the not enough money you get now, not enough money plus extra stress when you get promoted. So be content, for goodness sake. That's the meaning of life. How to find equanimity. Don't go looking for it. When you stop looking for it, then you have it. I'm really afraid of not being loved by another person or experiencing love. What can I do about this? I feel really alone in life. Okay, whoever wrote this, actually everybody can follow a very little exercise. Pull your hands out like me. Follow me. Hands out like me. Bring them in. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. If no one else would give you a hug, give yourself a hug. That was really nice. All my endomorphines came out and my oxytocins, whatever it is. And it's also show you can love yourself. If you've got some terrible disease like Ebola and no one can hug you, you can always hug yourself. You can't catch what you already got. No, honestly, that works. Giving yourself a hug. If no one else would do it, you do it yourself. It's called self-help. You had mentioned a mother's love in one of your talks about compassion. I broke down crying because my mother never treated me with compassion. I was abused as a child. I never felt loved in my life. Yeah, it's really a shame when, like a mother, a mom has a natural love, but somehow or other, she takes that love away from you. She must be really hurting inside. So if you've got a mother like that, remember that poor mother, she's lost so much opportunity for happiness and well-being. But that's her karma. So what can you do? That you can love yourself. If you realize how to love yourself, be at peace with yourself. Realizing you are good enough. As I said, like the trees in the forest, the ones which are crooked and bent and got all of the scars on the outside, they are the most beautiful trees in the forest. So if you've been damaged goods because you've been abused as a child, you are one of the most beautiful trees in the forest. You're the ones that I like more than anybody else. You've got bent and crooked, branches hanging off all over the place, scars, little holes where all the birds can nest because of all the damage. you belong. Go out into the forest and find the most beautiful tree. You find it's damaged. And you look at that tree, so beautiful, that's you. When you understand what perfection is, you understand that all of that stuff makes you beautiful. Go in the forest and find the most beautiful trees. They are the bent and crooked ones, just like you. So if you've got a husband who's bent and crooked, he's the best. If you've got a lover who's damaged, honestly, she's the best. Crooked and scarred. It's easy. You don't get very far by loving a perfect person. You love a person who's damaged, who needs to learn more love. And that's a beautiful relationship you're making. That is perfect. How the three types of mental consciousness, the three types of mental consciousness, 6, manas, chitta and vijnana, are related. Okay. The consciousnesses. There's no such thing as consciousness. There are 6 consciousnesses. So when you call the 5 khandhas, the last of those khandhas is not consciousness, consciousnesses. That actually makes it much more precise. And sometimes the Buddha calls it mano, sometimes vijnana, sometimes chitta, and people try and define what's the difference between those 3. But the Buddha basically taught ordinary people in ordinary language, not philosophers, not medical students, not Abhidharma experts, but ordinary people. He said whatever it is they call sometimes vijnana, sometimes chitta, sometimes consciousness, whatever they call sometimes heart, sometimes mind, sometimes consciousness, understanding that people aren't precise with language. We call it all sorts of things. So basically, they're the same. Don't try and make distinctions where distinctions were never meant. Well, this is the most amazing question. Emptiness. That stumped me. No, it's the question on the other side. In marriage, you taught us not to think of oneself nor your partner but us. Put the emphasis on the relationship. Could you expand on this with examples? So, there's infidelity. Whose cause is it? Exactly. Because sometimes it's so easy to blame your partner. But is it because you've been too busy to have sex with them? Is it because that that you haven't been there for them because you've been on your career, or you've been meditating on a retreat? So it's our problem. So don't blame him. Don't blame yourself. Sit down and talk. Why did this happen? What is the problem? Because it's our problem. The partner who's unfaithful, they suffer. You suffer as well. The kids suffer. It's our problem. And it's been a great privilege for me to talk to people who's had these problems, get them to forgive one another, and see their marriage flourish. Go to another level. Because if you've got a partner who's willing to forgive you when you've done something which hurts so much as being unfaithful, and then they trust you, they forgive you, wow, that's one hell of a girl you've married. It's an incredible man that you've got as your partner. And what usually happens is people realize that and they don't want to ever hurt that person again. Yeah, they made a big mistake, they realize it's a big mistake. And someone has been so strong and so wise and so spiritually advanced to forgive you. Wow. There was, recently, this is in Western Australia, there was a kid, maybe about 15 years of age, an indigenous kid in the north of Western Australia, who was always in front of the magistrate and judge, stealing, robbing, driving cars when he was underage, alcohol, drugs, sniffing petrol, the works. And one day he was up in front of the judge again, and the judge said, look, we put you in juvenile detention, give you this punishment, nothing has worked. So he asked the kid, what do you dream about? What would you really like in life? What, as a 15-year-old, what is your goal? And he just said a simple thing, like a bicycle. I'd always want a bicycle. So the judge said, okay, if you keep out of trouble for 6 months, I will buy you a bicycle out of my own pocket. You're released. No charge. No punishment. And this little kid was so surprised. He wanted a bicycle so much. He kept out of trouble for 6 months. The judge bought him a bicycle. He's now married, started a little business, now really sort of successful young man. And he said because this judge trusted him and gave him something he really wanted instead of punishing him. The judge got in trouble. He's not supposed to do things like that. It's against the law. But the judge took it and he said, look at this guy. He's a successful member of the community now. He was forgiven. And this indigenous kid understood that somebody was caring for him for the first time probably in his life. Rose to the occasion, and now is a successful little businessman. Now that is emotional intelligence. Can't we do that to our partner? Read some of the transcripts of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa after apartheid. I read some of those transcripts and it makes you cry. As a monk, as a man. One of the things which made me cry, makes me emotional thinking about it now, in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission by Desmond Tutu and Mandela, they deserved their Nobel Prizes for this. They realised terrible, terrible crimes were committed during the apartheid years in South Africa. And one of the crimes was this, and please, guys, just don't cringe. Before the South African white police force would interrogate a black African activist, they would get out his penis and nail it to the desk. Just to show how serious they were. And that's cringe. It just feels, to a guy, knowing that that's what they did. And so this white South African police officer was confessing, because the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, they would give amnesty as long as you told the truth, no matter what crime it was. And this police officer was explaining how he tortured and killed a black African activist, now without sort of anyone knowing about it, in front of the man's widow. And this woman, her husband, the father of her kids, the guy she chose to marry, was hearing for the first time what happened to her husband. He just disappeared in the middle of the night, not knowing where he'd gone, no way of finding out. Hearing for the first time in detail how he was tortured and murdered, extrajudicially. And the guy who was telling this, you can imagine the emotions going through the white police officer, confessing what he was thoroughly ashamed of, shaking, crying, struggling to get out the truth. But he managed to get it all out, sobbing, crying, wishing this had never happened, but he did it. After he finished his testimony, the widow jumped over the barrier, evaded the police officers, and went straight for her husband's murderer. The police were there, the barriers there were trying to protect the people giving the confessions, but she was too fast and too strong. She went right up to him and hugged him and said, I forgive you. She forgave the man who had murdered the man she loved. Everybody burst out crying. If you can forgive that, what is there in the world you can't forgive? That gave hope, not just to South Africa, but to people in the world. She showed how powerful forgiveness can be. This black widow hugging the white South African police officer. Harmony was possible only through forgiveness. Can't you forgive a partner? Infidelity? When that's how far forgiveness can go. So, powerful stuff. And it's moving, and it shows what's possible. So please do that. Ajahn Brahm, do you use a meditative practice of envisioning after your death, your corpse in various stages of decomposition? To what benefit? I don't have to do this after my death. I'm already decomposing, fading away. Okay, maybe that's the sign we should finish. But anyway, no, I don't need to do that. I just look at my own life. I see many people dying and falling apart and decaying. So I just look at real life. That's good enough. So thank you, everybody, for listening today. Now, before we finish, clapping is traditional in the United States, but in Buddhism we do sadhus. But before you do the sadhus, you do Ajahn Brahm type sadhus. Give it oomph, give it energy. Many of you know what to do. Please follow everybody else in the 3 big, energetic, over-the-top sadhus. Here we go. Sadhu! 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 That's more like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
It was an amazing day. Thank you all for your generosity in coming out today and for staying. It's always an honor to have our bhikkhunis here. Not very often, so wonderful to have you here. Thank you guys today. I have to say thank you to Lal and Shirley from Dharma Dharini also for helping organize all of this, and to the 18 volunteers we had for Spirit Rock who came out today to help put this all together. So thank you all. And if anybody has any energy left, if you can help put your chair away against the far wall back there, we'd very much appreciate it. Cushions go over in that corner. And as most people know, but maybe not everybody, when you leave Spirit Rock, turn right so that you don't get a big fat ticket. So thank you. Have a wonderful